The Board of Finance to order at 5:04 p.m. Again, Mayor Weinberger, excuse me, will be late and so asked me to start the meeting, and he will join when he is available. So the first item on the agenda is a motion to adopt the agenda. I would like to suggest one amendment, and that is item 3.01, the department budget for racial equity, inclusion, and belonging. Item 3.01, I would like to move to 3.08 if there are no objections, because the mayor would certainly like to be here to speak to that. And I would welcome a motion. Councillor Paul.
Motion to approve, along with the amendment you suggested.
Is there a second? Councillor Pine. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, the motion passes. Jordan, any response to public forum? Anyone signed up?
No, I just checked again. We have no members of the public signed up to speak.
Okay, thank you. Then we will move directly to item 3.02, authorization to amend the contract for calendar year 20 for street reconstruction. And I see we have several members of our team. I would welcome a motion. How would the board like to proceed? Councillor Paul.
Thank you. I'd like to, it's a long recommended action, but in order to get this started, I would make a motion to take the recommended actions as indicated on board docs.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Great. Would you like any discussion? All right. Everyone ready to vote? All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, great. Thank you. Item 3.03 is the proposed solid waste generation tax, which is an ordinance change for DPW. Councilor Pine.
I would propose that we amend the resolution that the Board of Finance also support not just waiving the reading, but essentially waiving the rules and placing this adoption in all phases, all stages of passage.
Great. Is there a second to the amendment?
I'll second that.
Great. Would you like discussion on this item? Councilor Jang and Councilor Paul, anyone? Are we ready to vote?
Yes.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, excellent. Item 3.04.
I think,
Phase.
sorry, I just need to interject. I
Yes.
think the point of order is, I think
Yes.
we just approve the amendment, not the actual.
We need, thank you. I'm so excited to like just move it forward. Like Murrow's gonna be so happy when I've just finished Board of Finance. Thank you so much, Councilor Pine. Let's move forward with the actual resolution. Thank you, Councilor Pine. Would anyone like to make a motion on that?
So moved.
Thank you, Councilor Pine. A second.
Second.
Councilor Paul. Any questions on or comments on that? Are we ready to vote on that? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, thank you. All right, moving on to item 3.04, phase 3B of the North Bike Path Rehabilitation, the construction contract. We have our colleagues from Parks and Rec with us. How would the board like to proceed with this item? Councilor Pine.
I would move to approve and recommend the City Council approve and authorize the execution of the contract as stated in more detail in our agenda.
Great.
second.
Is there a second? Great. Councilor Paul? Any discussion? Yes, Councilor Tracy.
I'm just wondering how many more contracts, like is this going to be the final contract? Is this kind of like the last hanging on section? I know you're getting so close after so many years of hard work. Is this the last contract, or are we still looking at, are there still another couple sections that are hanging on after this, after we do this one?
There should be one more section, and that's the rest of Oakledge, but not this year.
Okay. And so essentially you'll be able to finish from like the beginnings of Oakledge Park all the way to where you just opened up on Roundhouse Point.
Yes, that's the hope by the end of fall. Yes.
We will have one outlier that still will need to be addressed, and that's the overpass at North Beach.
Right. Sorry.
So that one was one that we skipped. That's a cool $1 million on its own.
Oh, so the whole overpass needs to be redone there. Okay. And I understand that this is some of the most challenging engineering in it. Have you been able to, at least for some of the section, for not only this section, but the other sections, have they come in above, or have you had to make significant changes in response to some of those conditions that you've seen, or has it been pretty accurate as to where things have fallen in terms of cost?
Pretty accurate in terms of costs. If they haven't come in under, they've come in very close to the estimated cost.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you.
Councillor Paul and then Councillor Pine.
Thank you. You know, there were two contractors that bid on this, All Seasons and Engineer Construction. And then for the engineering services, there were also two that you went the full distance with. In both cases, you went with the higher bid. And I think that just for the record, it would be a good idea to explain, you know, normally, not to say that it never happens because it does, but, you know, I think it would be good to explain, you know, what went on and what the process was and how you arrived at those decisions.
In the memo or here tonight, sorry, just to clarify.
For the right here.
Okay,
For the memo,
okay,
yeah.
sorry. So in the case of the contractor, we have scoring criteria, one of them being the cost of the bid, essentially, which is 25 points, carries 25 points. And then the rest is based on the proposal itself. The content is evaluated in terms of the technical feasibility, their depth of the understanding of the project, their references, etc. And that's the score that's presented in the memo for those criteria that we've evaluated them by. So in that case, All Seasons did have the lower bid. So they scored 25 on the cost proposal, but the other portions of the proposal were not, did not give us the information we needed to score them higher in those different categories. And that's where they got a lower score than ECI, for example. And in the case of the resident engineer, we evaluated them again, based on cost, but also on the technical part of the proposal. And in the case of John Turner Consulting, they provided several more hours for overseeing the construction, which we saw more in line with what we estimated to be the schedule for construction. So we saw that with GPI, the fee right now seems low, but we would probably be seeing a change order in the future, an amendment, because they wouldn't necessarily have the required hours to oversee the work.
So in the case of ECI, you had said that their qualifications, their project understanding, the level of innovation, experience, completeness of the proposal was a significant sway, and that you do not anticipate coming back with additional amendments. Is that correct?
That's correct. We feel they understand the project significantly, and their experience and our experience working with them in the past several years has shown that they know the site, and they also demonstrated that in their proposal that they understood the schedule that the process had to go through in terms of construction, the order of things that need to occur, and that they put the time into the proposal to give us an impression of who would be on the job as well, which also helped inform us to make that decision.
Okay, and the difference was just under $17,000.
That's correct.
Okay, all right, thank you. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Councillor Pine.
It's a straightforward question, but is the area that you think of as used to be called Blodgett Beach, I know it has a different name now, but that's what everyone used to call it. Is that area of the bike path going to be open again soon?
I'm not, is it Blodgett meaning hula section?
Yeah.
Okay.
That little natural area that's the beach.
Right.
That little beach access.
So that's not in this contract, but it's in the one we came to you 2 weeks ago about, and that will be worked on from now until fall. So it would be reopened late fall is the goal, and for sure next spring.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions or discussion? Are we ready to take a vote? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, the vote passes unanimously. Thank you, Sophie. Thank you, Cindy.
Thank you.
Okay, always good news when we have accepting grants on the agenda. So item 3.05, excuse me, is acceptance of an Economic Development Administration grant award from BED. And we have the BED Director Springer here. If anyone has questions, how would the board like to proceed? Councillor Pine.
I would move to recommend the city council accept the grant of $550,000 from the U.S. Economic Development Administration for BED as further described in the memo attached to this agenda item.
Excellent. Councillor Paul, is that a second?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. Any discussion on that? All right, Councillor Tracy.
I just wanted to ask, it wasn't clear to me how like a business would apply for this or how that application process would go. Just wanted to understand that.
Thank you. And I'm joined as well by our finance director, Andrea McNeil, and our director of energy services, Chris Burns, just with me as well. In terms of this program actually builds on an existing revolving loan fund that we have, also funded by the Economic Development Administration, dating back to the 2012-2013 timeframe. And what we do is we offer essentially, it's on a rolling basis. As folks come in and have a need that fits with the program, they're able to apply. If they're a customer in good standing, they can access the funds for the appropriate uses. For the previous fund, it was energy efficiency, more traditionally, things like lighting, in some cases refrigeration. In this new iteration, it will also include things like HVAC systems, so heat pumps, and other technologies as well. And we're able to loan the money out, and as payments come back to us and they're paid back right on the bill, right on the electric bill, we're able to make additional loans as we go. So it's a revolving fund, it's on a rolling basis, and the previous fund was not oversubscribed. We actually had more capital than we had applications. Hopefully this one will be more in demand given the expanded nature of the uses, and also the fact that we're able to offer 0% loans with attractive terms and based on the nature of the emergency funding that comes from the federal government in this case.
Okay, but how would they apply? What's the application process look like?
I'd ask if Chris wants to jump on and join me for this one. He actually has dealt with the customers who have been through the process so far. So I'm gonna let Chris jump in.
Yeah, happy to discuss it. So as Darren mentioned, with our first OBF program, they would come to us from a variety of places. It would either be CEDO, it could be their contractor, it could be a relationship that we have with the customer. We promoted it pretty heavily on our website and had a number of breakfast meetings to let folks know the on-bill financing pool was available. It starts with a energy assessment to find out what is possible, where are the opportunities. We get contractor pricing together. There is a loan application. There is some underwriting that needs to happen. And there's just your typical process for making sure that they qualify. And if they do, then there's a loan closing, inspection, those types of things.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Welcome.
Councillor Pine and then Councillor Zhang.
This is great. This is really exciting, and commend BED for going out and going after this money, because I think it's really critical that we find some resources so that both property owners and leaseholders can make energy improvements and investments in their properties. Are you going to necessarily require that these on an individual basis be cash flow positive, or could they be, you know, I mean, what's your angle on that as far as underwriting? How are you going to view projects from that standpoint?
So I'm happy to start. As we talked about, we call it on-bill financing 1. That was a requirement. We wanted to align the monthly energy savings to be neutral or greater than the estimated monthly loan cost. Here, when EDA approached this to say this is a recovery grant, those types of things don't have to be there. We would love it and are going to try real hard to embed as much efficiency in this as we can. But we know that we've got a lot of businesses that are having trouble safely reopening because their ventilation systems are inadequate. So we will make the ventilation equipment they install as efficient as we can. But the bottom line is, for some folks, their energy costs are going to go up. We hope to mitigate that. So we're trying to strike a balance with some of these folks.
Great, thank you. And then lastly, you know, if there's a run on this, if everyone shows up and you oversubscribe, which could happen this time, there are entities out there that are willing to come in and buy an entire portfolio of these types of loans, therefore replenishing the capital for BED to do more. So there are other entities out there in the marketplace who like these loans, especially after your staff has spent time, you know, making sure it's a good, wise, prudent investment and it's a cost optimized investment. So there may be an entity that would come in and say, we would buy your loans and give you dollar for dollar the same amount of capital for you to then go out and serve more customers.
And I should mention here that in addition to this, you know, $500,000 that'll be available under our existing program through our green stimulus, we're also making 0% loans that have a number of the same attributes that, you know, Chris just described. So we have some additional capital through that initial revolving fund that we had created, and we'll have obviously the additional $500,000. But excellent point, Councilor Pine, and we'll hopefully we'll be oversubscribed this time. We'd like to be able to get this funding out into the community and help as many businesses and nonprofit organizations as we can.
It's a huge kudos to you and your staff, Darren. This is great.
Thank you.
Councillor Jang.
Thank you, Darren and Chris, for being here. And I think my question is about the data of people who utilize this type of loan before in the past. Is it possible to send it to us? And I am pretty much interested about their social status, basically low income or people of color. How many of them have applied to this? So if you can get that ready. And also, how would you ensure that everyone in Burlington, regardless of their income status, you know, will know about this, like the outreach and communication piece? How would you do that?
Excellent. Thank you for the question. So with this particular set of funds, they're limited to our commercial customers. So we're not able to make loans here to our residential customers. We do, through the green stimulus, have a partnership with credit unions to offer income qualified 0% interest loans for our residential customers if they need, you know, to replace an appliance with a more efficient appliance or upgrade a heating system to a heat pump system. So we have good programs available for our residential customers. With this set of funds, we can help our small businesses, our nonprofit organizations, our commercial customers. And I think we can look back at the loans that were made and share some information with you from the previous program. I don't know if we'll be able to share the exact customer information because there's some constraints on that, but we can share some data with you about it. But in terms of your question, we've been talking with Cito and with Taisha and with Kara about making sure that we use all the channels that we have available to us, not just Burlington Electric, but the entire city team, whether that's through the Trusted Community Voices program, whether that's through the Resource and Recovery Center. We're going to widely promote this program because we want every single business owner that might be interested, every single nonprofit organization that might be interested to know about it, to contact us. Anyone who's interested or who's watching, efficiency@burlingtonelectric.com is our email address for our efficiency team. You can get in touch with Chris and and ask questions about programs like this. So we want to get the word out, and we'd love your help as well to the counselors to getting the word out about this program.
Thank you.
Councillor Paul.
Thank you. As all have said, kudos to BED for doing all this work. And we do get to see Darren quite often. We don't get to see you as often, Chris. Just a small plug. When I was on the Electric Commission a long time ago, Chris was an employee of BED, and he was a terrific employee then, and he is now. So good to see you. The question that I have is, I understand that there's no local match, but I'm just trying to understand. So really the reason why there's no local match is because of the nature of why we're doing this work. So in 2 years, hopefully, we are not going to be in the position that we're in right now. We're not going to be sitting on Zoom, hopefully having all our meetings, and life will go back to some semblance of what it was. And you had said that there would be an interest rate for new loans. Did you, in the grant, did they tell you what that would be? Is it determined by market factors at the time? Is it a number that's linked to some, interest rate indicator, or do you know what it is?
So I can speak to that. And Andrea, who's on as well, is our finance director, is going to be familiar with the terms of the agreement. I should mention that the reason why we were able to apply for these funds, we were invited on a non-competitive basis based on the performance of the existing loan program. So it's a real credit to the team that's been running that program for a number of years. But that's correct. We will have 0% for the first 2 years of the loan program. And then there will be a modest interest rate associated with loans that are made after funds revolve back. And why don't I turn it to Andrea for the detail there.
Hi, everyone. So after the 2-year period, when the interest rate requirement when we'll need to meet the interest rate requirement again, it's 75% of the Wall Street Journal prime rate.
I had a feeling there had to be something in the grant that was pegged to something, so it wasn't just a we'll see when we get there kind of thing. Okay, thank you.
Any further discussion on this item? Are we ready to make a vote? All right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, congratulations, BED team. Thank you so much.
Thank you all. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
The next item is actually a clerk treasurer item. You obviously have me and Rich here to discuss it. It is not only, it says hiring here, that's a little bit of a misnomer. It's creation of a new position. It's a senior accounting analyst. That is unusual. I'm going to take a liberty for a minute before I even ask for a motion. You can ask for more discussion, but I'm going to give a quick intro since I'm chairing. It is creation of a new position, which is unusual in these times, but this was something that many of you will recall, was something that our auditor spoke directly to in FY19. I looked it up again today, and the FY19 management letter ends with, "We recommend additional higher level accounting personnel in the clerk treasurer's office to ensure a timelier year-end closing and to address other items noted in this management letter." So Rich, Bob, and I worked really hard to pinch pennies so that we could include this position, right size, and eliminate some other positions, and still save some money in the clerk treasurer's salaries budget. So with that, I would ask how the board would like to proceed with this item. Councillor Pine.
I would move to approve and recommend the city council approve the creation of a senior audit accounting analyst, regular full-time exempt non-union grade 19 position in the clerk treasurer's office as further outlined in the memo that accompanied this item.
I'll second.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Paul. Is there any discussion?
Yeah, a quick question.
Yes.
And I think it's more of a comment since you mentioned it. Initially, I think we talked about freezing many positions that are available in the city due to some, and here it seems what you said is that you eliminated all the position in order to create this position, and also it allowed you also to save money at the same time. Just wanted to make sure I heard that right, but to say thank you for thinking about it that way.
Thank you for that, Councillor Jang. Any other comments? And then I'm going to turn it over to Mayor Weinberger. I see that he is here, and it is awkward for me to vote on my own item. We have a first and a second, which I think you saw, and we're ready for you to move forward.
Okay. Thank you. If the board is ready to vote, we'll go to a vote. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you to the board for supporting that, and thanks, Catherine, for keeping this on the front burner, even with everything we're juggling. This is an important set of issues that this position will address. With that, we will move to, sorry, just still getting my computer set up here. We'll move to the
3.07.
3.07, removal of Everyone Loves a Parade mural, repair of wall and restoration of Rainforest mural. And Councillor Paul.
Thank you. Giving you a chance to catch up to us. I'd make a motion to recommend that the council approve the attached resolution.
Great. Is there a second? Second from Councillor Pine. Discussion from the board, or?
I have a question and also possibly an amendment, and was just wondering if it's possible, instead of the council to authorize 25,000 from the contingency fund, instead we use from the Racial Justice Alliance Fund. We use those 25,000 from that budget instead of the contingency fund. Do you have any thing you want to say about that, Mr. Mayor, if that's a possibility or no? Seems you are muted.
You're muted, Mr. Mayor.
The falling into the muting error. Apologies. I support it the way the PACC proposed it, with this coming out of the contingency. I do think it's important that we identify a line item. That would be my preference. Councillor Paul?
Thank you. The resolution that we have before us was given to all members of the Parks, Art, and Culture Committee about, I think it was 2 days after, so on the 14th of August. And I know I made a number of changes to that resolution. The money coming out of the contingency, I think, was agreed to by all of us. And I think to go and invade the other budget after so much work has been done on that budget by the director doesn't seem to me to be appropriate at this time.
Okay. Councillor Hightower.
Mayor, and sorry, the muting, always the muting. I don't know who this question is better for. It might be Councillor Paul, since she's on the committee, but just generally wondering about the desire or what public input has been had specifically into the decision to have Gina restore the mural as opposed to some kind of alternative, and if there's a plan if this is kind of seen as the final end product, or.
Is that okay?
Yeah, I'd be happy to have you address that, Councilor Paul. Yeah.
Okay, so thank you. So for, just so that you're aware, Councilor Hightower, both Councilor Zhang and I are on the Parks, Art, and Culture Committee, and I know that Councilor Shannon is, I saw her name on Zoom, so she's also with us, and either one of them could speak to this. We did have a number of people who came to the PACC meeting and spoke up. A number of people came in support of Gina and spoke to that it would only be appropriate if she were the one, as the creator of the mural, that she would be the one to restore it. She's excited to do that. The discussion about what happens after that, what happens after the panels are removed, after the strapping and the screws are taken out, after the wall is restored, and then after Ms. Carrera would repaint and retouch and restore what is underneath the Rainforest mural. That was not part of the meeting that we had in August. That's the next directive in the resolution that we passed in May, and that is, so we haven't gotten that far. But you know, I know that I at one point had said, you know, that it seemed only fair that that Ms. Carrera would restore the mural, and that she would, you know, and that she would be paid for her time and materials. And I know that BCA Director Doreen Kraft said that that is how it is done in the city, that this has been done in the past with other projects, and that was what we agreed to. I hope that answers your question. I feel like I got off on a tangent and maybe didn't answer it, but if I did, I hope I did.
That was perfect. Thank you, Councillor Paul, and apologies to Councillor Dang for not doing my homework and only recognizing one member of the committee. That was very useful. Thank you, Councillor Paul.
You're welcome. You're muted, Mr. Mayor.
Geez, out of practice with this apparently. Sorry, I couldn't tell. Did anyone, other councillor, wish to be recognized? Councillor Jane.
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I think maybe this question the city attorney can answer it if she's around. Yeah. So it is the line item 60, 61, and 62. So that language. And I remember city attorney drafting this resolution, sending it to us. I never had the chance to look at it myself, right? And I think the contingency, what I was talking about today, we received an email from, I think it's Paul Berman, you know, and I think he raised a question, and it was about using contingency funds for this mural. And I think that's why I asked that question initially. But now this question is about a missing part, or if the city attorney can explain to us better, the last bid for the result that the director of BCA is authorized to enter into an executive, any agreements required to accomplish those purposes. By those purposes, does it mean BCA need to have an agreement with the artist in finding about a timeline in which her mural, once it is revitalized, how long it is going to stay there? Does it include that language into it? City attorney.
No, I think those purposes means that we do have to enter into some agreement with the artist about an estimate, what you will be paid for to restore the mural. And I think the restoring is really intended to be just so that there is something on that wall and not a mural with all kinds of holes in it, but that it is there. And then the PACC committee can figure out what the and the public and others can figure out what you all, and eventually the city council, what you all want to do with.
Yeah, thank you. That's
the
good.
future.
No further questions.
Okay, President Tracy.
Attorney Blackwood, how long do we have to store the mural for? Like, how long is the city responsible for keeping this?
There's no such issue. It's a piece of artwork that belongs to the city, and we can choose what to do with it from here.
So we don't have to keep it in perpetuity because of VERA rights or other things like that.
Correct. If we're, we would need to notify the artist if we were going to destroy it and do something other than store it.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay, I believe we have a motion and a second properly on the floor. Further discussion of the motion. Seeing none, we'll go to a vote. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Councilor Paul, for your leadership on this and everyone who's worked on this. Thank you, Councilor Jang, for your long advocacy on this. And hopefully we are moving towards a resolution we can all feel good about. With that, I believe the next item on the agenda was the original 3.01, now the 3.08 or something like that, the FY21 department budget for the Racial Equity, Inclusion, and Belonging Department. We have Director Taisha Green here with us. If there are questions about the proposed budget, this budget, just to remind everyone and viewers, kind of orient people if you're viewing from home and haven't followed this closely. This is a new department. First of all, it was the first time through the process of setting out a budget for this department. In addition, we had a $1 million racial justice fund that was created late in the budget process and that was not allocated, and a commitment was made in the budget resolution by the administration to come back and make any allocations out of that fund together. And so that is what we are doing today with the first more than 40% of that fund. There will need to be further action on the remaining, or sorry, slightly less than 40%. There's still slightly more than $600,000 in the fund remaining unallocated that we would come back and talk about at a future time. With that, Taisha, do you want to share any further remarks to kick things off?
No, I think that you covered it pretty well, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Great, thank you. With that, the floor is open for a motion or a discussion. Councilor Pine.
I would move to recommend to the council approval of the allocation as outlined in the communication and in the attached budget, and request the floor back after a second.
Thank you, Councilor Pine. I believe that's a second from Councilor Paul. And I've got Councilor Pine first in the queue, and then Councilor Jang, I think you just asked to be recognized after Councilor Pine.
Yep.
So we'll start that way. So go ahead, Councilor Pine.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Would you or Director Green just speak about the line item in the budget for consulting services? As a percentage of the total budget is quite large, and I'm just wondering if, looking ahead, is the idea that would be a way that this work would get structured as bringing in consultants on an annual basis? Is there an expectation, or is that really a startup approach for the first year?
I'll share my take on that, and this is very much a first year budget, and when we have a need to do a lot of foundational work to guide our actions going forward. So within that $200,000 line item, there are 4 critical studies that are contemplated. There's a strategic plan. There is the budget for the task force that was on slavery that was established through the resolution at the last council meeting. There is a budget for a feasibility study for a cultural Empowerment Center, which, as you recall, was one of the things that we had many discussions about, something called for by the Racial Justice Alliance, and that we really need some analytical work to advance. And then finally, there is a plan to continue, to continue to work with the Racial Justice Alliance in going forward. We very much see doing this work in partnership together. This was something that was, I think, being frank, we wouldn't be where we are with this effort if it wasn't for the advocacy of the Racial Justice Alliance. We want to make sure we're continuing to collaborate and work together going forward. And so there is some consulting expected to continue that quite labor intensive work with the Racial Justice Alliance. So it's certainly not clear to me we'll need that level of consulting in future years. I'm sure we'll need some. Taisha, do you want to add to that?
Yes, I think that's, this is just like the mayor said, this is just foundational, especially for the strategic planner and for the feasibility study. With the reparations consultants, I think it's going to be more than one. That's going to last about a year for that consultancy. And we don't know where that's going to take us. So I can't say if we're going to need more money for the reparation study or not at this point, but that's my take on why that number is so high, is because we're trying to start some foundational work here to get this moving.
Thank you. And my only other, it's not really a question, it's more of a comment, is I think we should just be mindful of the need to both develop our own in-house internal capacity and also, seed and sort of support the growth and development of external partners who are carrying out some of these, initiatives. And so I think there's an appropriate balance to be found there. And I just want us all to, be clear on that there's internal, and there's the fact that we need to sort of build some of that capability, capacity, and essentially power outside of City Hall.
I think that's right, Councilor Pine. But the heavy lifts of this, and with me being just the only one person department right now, running a feasibility study or creating a 3-year strategic plan at this time would take a lot longer than to hire someone who's able to have that flexibility to do it at this point.
Yeah, that's a good point. Thank you.
Councilor Jang.
See if I'm muted or no. Okay.
No, you're good. We can hear you.
All right. In general, I mean, I think Councilor Pine did talked about that a little bit, which is the internal factors, the internal work that need to be done. And it seemed as of yet, we talked a lot about consultant. And Mrs. Green, Mr. Green, Taisha Green, it seems, soon it won't be you alone. We already approved you to hire 2 more, policy study people who can do research. But I don't know if this type of work would require always an amount of funding to be allocated in order to happen. I think some internal and actions need to be seen, internally, whatever it is. But this question is more for the city attorney also, and was just wondering about the elements in which we need to base our decision in hiring a consultant. Do we need an amount in which we need to send to request a proposal, RFPs? I don't know if it's clear, because it seems the consultant has already been identified and the amount that will be paid is already included in here. But this is a general question. What is our process in bringing consultant in? Whoever can bring some clarity on that would be great.
Okay, so Taisha's asking me to recognize 2 on this. I'll come back to the attorney. Go ahead.
I think that we have to understand that research and policy consultants are not, research and policy employees are not strategic planners. they're not feasibility study consultants. That's the first thing. And the second thing, in regards to the RFP process, all three of those consultants, well, except for one, is going to go through an RFP process.
Right. Three of
And
the
which one will that be?
Three of the four planned studies will go through RFP processes. So the fourth, and I will let the city attorney speak to this and speak to her, we will go through our process regarding sole sourcing. We do have provisions in place. There are times, and I believe this is one of them, when it is appropriate because of the circumstances involved, for the city to engage directly with a specific consultant and not put it out to a broader RFP because of the unique circumstances at stake. And that is what is contemplated with the RJA consultancy. So, and it will go through the safeguards and the checks to make sure that it is a good contract, including that we'll have a review under the, these, we'll have to meet the guidelines for a sole sourcing contract. With that, Eileen, do you want to add anything to that?
The council has delegated to the mayor and the administration contracts below certain amounts, and those still have to follow certain purchasing guidelines. We have a set of rules about purchasing that have to get followed. So no matter whether it's sole sourced or how it happens, an RFP is only required for certain levels of contracts, but then even below that, there are still requirements for information that's got to be provided to the CAO. The CAO makes the decision on whether something can be sole sourced based on that information. And then eventually there will have to be a written contract with everyone, and that contract would come through our office. It will only come back to the council if it rises to the level of cost, which it doesn't sound like any of these are going to do. So this is your chance to give some input into it.
All right, thank you. But I have one more question. Mr.
Yes,
Mayor.
of course. Go ahead, Councilor Jang.
Yep, and that question is specific sometimes to the need or the use of the Diversity, Equity, Inclusion Committee. And it seems this department and that committee need to work in collaboration. And it seems as if sometimes that committee is not included in many of these decision-making processes, and was just wondering, how can we better align both this department and that committee to work together as we move forward? Because to my knowledge, this could have been a discussion at that committee, the Diversity Equity Committee. Was just wondering, maybe Taisha can speak to that as we move.
I think that there has to be some, I don't know, precedent. I mean, that I have to be aware of that desire from you, Councilor Jane, for these things to go through you, through that committee. And so I have to be aware of that. Otherwise, I'm just going to work as usual. So if that is what you're asking, that every time I make a decision that involves racial equity, inclusion, or belonging, that comes to the committee, I need to be aware of that.
Yep. Not really per se, but just we need to better just align those two committee and the department. Just what I'm asking.
No, I appreciate the point, Councilor Jang. I think it's a fair point you're raising, and frankly, we're figuring this is it's a new department, it's a new committee, it's a new budget, and we're trying to. There's urgency to move on this work and get some of these studies going, and as soon as this budget is ready, we're bringing it here. But I think it's a really fair point, in the same way, that we have to think hard about the new REIB committee and figure out how it's going to interact with these major decisions. So fair point. I'm glad as the chair of REIB, you're also here and have this opportunity to weigh in. Please, point taken, and going forward, let's continue to talk, the three of us with Director Green, figure out, we'll get into a rhythm with your committee as we do with the TUC and others on, and PACC, what should go to those committees before going to the Board of Finance and which not. And I think it's a really fair point, and I apologize for not thinking of it myself. So thank you for raising it. Any further discussion? Councilor, I'll go to President Tracy and then Councilor Hightower.
I didn't have a question. I just wanted to say that I'm supportive of the way that this is structured. I think that a lot of thought's gone into it. It seems like it will be an iterative process, but that this will get us into a lot of knowledge on what works and what doesn't, and that we'll have some learning that'll take place and maybe reassess. But I think that especially with all the great work that the Racial Justice Alliance has done now, I feel okay about sole sourcing with them. I think they've done just tremendous work, not only in terms of just policy work, but also in terms of engaging the public. So I feel good about that. And then the other piece of the budget that I just wanted to call out that I think is especially noteworthy and pretty cool is the BIPOC mural project. I think we focused a lot on the ELAP mural, and I'm glad we're taking steps on that tonight. But I also, given that that's on our agenda, wanted to also highlight this aspect of it, because I think that this can be a real another aspect of sort of correcting that narrative and trying to build on build an anti-racist public kind of art program in the city. So just wanted to commend that inclusion and excited to see what that comes out with.
Thank you, President Tracy. Councilor Hightower.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just had one question, which is similar to the line of questioning that we've had, but around the overall amount. I know that there's some crown truthing and exploring that needs to be done, but my understanding, this is about half of the budget. So is the plan but it's presented as a fiscal year budget. So is the plan to, after half a year, come back to council regarding kind of some of the remaining funds? What's kind of the longer term plan?
Yes, Councilor Hightower, what is being, so in the budget resolution, it was very clear that funds out of this $1 million fund would not be appropriated, would not be committed without council action. We are taking action. We're proposing taking action between the board and the council tonight on approximately 40% of those funds. There would be a little more than 600,000 remaining still unallocated in the fund, and we would not be able to spend those. That we would come back for a further approval on the remaining funds, either all at once or in further chunks. I don't know that we'll wait necessarily till 6 months through the year to do that. It's really driven by more when we have clarity. It could be longer than that, could be shorter than that. One hope is that the strategic planning effort gets going, and that some of that we look to the strategic plan to a certain degree to guide the balance of some of that investment. But there could be other sources for how we would propose using that as well. So that's the plan. 400,000 about tonight. 600,000 would be a function of further action that the full council would have to sign off on.
Thank you.
Excellent. With that, I'm mindful of the time. I think I am going, if there's not, I did see some other councilors turn on their cameras, but we will have, this is on the full council agenda meeting tonight too, so we can't have further discussion later. If there's no further Board of Finance comment, we will go to a vote. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? I believe that carries unanimously, and appreciate the board's engagement and support for this important approval. Thank you, Director Green, for all the work to bring this quickly for action tonight, and looking forward to working with you on all of these initiatives. With that, if there is not objection, I believe we have covered the entire agenda. And if there's no objection, we are adjourned as a Board of Finance at 6:01 p.m. Almost on time for you, President Tracy. And I will hand it over to you. I think we're going to stay on this Zoom call for the beginning of the council meeting.
Yep, exactly. Great, Mayor. I appreciate that. So I think let me just make sure that we have a quorum. I see that Jeff is on. Jeff will be with you in just a moment. We have some items to get to just before we start with you and get into the executive session for counselors. Let me just make sure we have a quorum of counselors. I see the 4 Board of Finance members, Councilor Hightower, Hanson, Mason, Freeman. Okay, just trying to make sure. Stromberg, Shannon. Okay, it looks like I think we have pretty much everyone on board for this. Okay, so we'll call to order the regular meeting of the Burlington City Council at 6:02. The first thing on the agenda is the pledge. So if folks would stand for that item, we'll do that. Okay, so that brings us to our agenda. Councilor Shannon, may I please have a motion on our agenda?
Yes, I move to adopt the agenda with the following amendments. Note written material for consent agenda item 511, communication John Murad, acting chief of police, regarding 2020 equitable sharing agreement and certification per Olivia Lavecchia. Note that this agenda item is now 6.06 per Councilor Freeman. Note written materials for consent agenda item 5.14, resolution COVID-19 emergency order regarding preschool and daycare expansion in RCO districts, Councilor Carpenter. Note written materials for consent agenda item 5.15, resolution license for urban districts, Councilor Urban Reserve encroachment by 11 Lakeview Terrace per Assistant Attorney Sturtevant. Add to the consent agenda item 5.16, communication Robert Kiernan, RE resolution to remove the ELAP mural at Leahy Way with motion to waive the reading, accept the communication and place it on file. Add to the consent agenda item 5.15 to waive the reading, accept the communication and place it on file. I'm sorry. Add to the consent agenda item 5.17, resolution authorization to execute quitclaim deed for 573 South Willard Street per Councilors Paul and Shannon, with the action to waive the reading and adopt the resolution per Assistant City Attorney Sturtevant, per City Council President Tracy.
Thank you very much, Councilor Shannon. We have a motion on our agenda. Is there a second? Seconded from Councilor Stromberg. Any discussion? Councilor Pine, go ahead. You're on mute, Councilor.
On mute. There we go. Thank you, President Tracy. I just need to ask for the city attorney to opine on the issue of whether a councilor needs to recuse from the consent agenda if there is one item on the consent that is pertinent to my professional work.
Attorney Blackwood, you're on mute, but I'd appreciate a weigh in.
Yes, sorry, thank you. If that would create a conflict for you, then yes. And usually what we've done in the past is pull that item off consent so that you can vote on the rest of the consent agenda, but that's up to you.
Point of order.
Go ahead, Councilor Shannon.
Couldn't we alternatively just, rather than putting that item on the deliberative agenda, just vote on it separately?
Attorney Blackwood, is it possible to divide the question? I believe
Sure.
it is.
Sure.
Okay.
I would, yep.
So would you like to offer a motion to do that, Councilor Pine?
I would, and I need to disclose that I am working for an organization that is specifically going to benefit from item, I thought it was 5 point, let me make sure I have the right item.
Point of order.
Councilor Shannon, yes?
Wouldn't it be more appropriate to do that when we get to the consent agenda? Because I don't think we have to, we just separate the question when we vote. Right now, we're voting on adopting the agenda, and I don't think there's a change to the agenda being suggested.
Correct. Okay, that sounds good. Thank you for that clarification, Councilor Shannon. Let's do that. And Councilor Pine, if you're able to offer that, maybe I'll come to you, Councilor Pine, for the motion on the consent, and then you can make it as divided that way.
That will work. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you for that clarification. All those in favor of our agenda, please say aye.
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 Okay. Any opposed? Hearing none, we have an agenda, which brings us to our next item, which is an executive session. In order to go into executive session, we'll need a finding, and then based on that finding, a motion to go into executive session. Just for members of the public, I would imagine that we will come out of executive session slightly before the public forum at around 7:30 with the idea of providing a public briefing. So it's a little bit different than we've done it in the past, but we are hoping to offer some information coming out of the executive session on the back end. So that just so that folks are prepared for that. And hopefully we'll be able to share additional information coming out of the executive session. So that being said, may I please have a motion on the finding, Councilor Pine?
I would move to find that the council shall go into executive session to discuss CityPlace and the possibility, the potential litigation involving said property, premature disclosure of which would place the city at a substantial disadvantage.
Thank you, Councilor Pine. We have a motion on the finding, seconded by Councilor Mason. Any discussion on that finding? Okay, hearing none, we'll go to a vote on the finding itself. All those in favor of the finding, please say aye.
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 Okay, any opposed? Hearing none, that passes unanimously. And then based on that finding, may I please have a motion on the executive session? Councilor Pine, go ahead.
And based on that finding, I would move that the council go into executive session to discuss in more detail the CityPlace issues, premature disclosure of which may place the city at a substantial disadvantage.
Thank you, Councilor Pine. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilor Mason. Any discussion on the motion? Okay, hearing none, we'll go to a vote. All those in favor of going into executive session on CityPlace, please say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? Okay, that passes unanimously. Councilor Mason, yes.
Just to clarify, just who's going to be going into executive session for the record. I'm guessing it's City Attorney's Office, Jeff Glassberg, and I don't know if there's outside counsel that Eileen could let us know.
Yes.
Attorney Blackwood, is there outside counsel that we should be including as well?
Yes, please. We'd like to include attorneys from Downs, Racklin, Martin, Mark Heath, Tim Sampson, and Jen McDonald.
Okay, excellent. And I assume Mayor's office staff as well?
Mayor's office staff, yes, please.
Okay, wonderful. Okay, so counselors, you should look in your council inboxes and there will be a link to the executive session. We'll then come back to this meeting at the end of that. So I'll give folks a chance to get off of this meeting. Again, for members of the public, we should come back slightly before the 7:30 public forum for some public session on this. Thank you. everybody else on the line. Let's see, 1, 2, 3. 8 counselors. Still waiting on a couple counselors to get onto this meeting. Okay, we got Councilor Mason. All right, so we're waiting, I believe, on Councilors Shannon and who am I missing? And Paulino. Okay, I see Councilor Shannon on now. Just need Councilor Paulino and then we'll get right to it. I'm gonna, just for members of the public, I'll start with just a quick little update on the executive session, and then we'll dive into public forum as close to 7:30 as possible. Make sure Councilor Paulino can get on. Okay, I think we have all the counselors. So we've come out, we just had an executive session on CityPlace, and I will turn it over to Mayor Weinberger, and then we'll go to public forum after that. So thanks for your patience, folks. We'll get right into that public forum shortly. Mayor Weinberger.
Thank you, President Tracy. We just wanted to update folks. We know there's a lot of interest, obviously, in the CityPlace matter. We had a more than an hour conversation in executive session with the City Council. We've now recessed that executive session, and we may be going back into the executive session later tonight. Given that we don't have a further update at this time on CityPlace, we may not have a further update tonight. If we do not, there will be a public update as soon later in the week as possible, and it will be in the next couple of days here. So that's where we stand right now. We may be going back into executive session and having further discussions tonight.
Thank you, Mayor. All right. So with that, it is just about 7:30, which is when our public forum is set to start usually. And if I could just please be given hosting responsibilities so that I can enable mics, that would be great. Get the list up. Just so folks know, one thing about the public forum tonight is that we will have to suspend the public forum at 8 p.m. in order to go and have an update on UVM reopening from President Garamella. President Garamella has a number of other obligations this evening and was only able to join us at that time specific. We've had quite a few folks sign up for public forum this afternoon. So I'm going to go into the public forum now. We'll suspend at 8, but then we will go back after that UVM item. There's not any specific policy or votes that are taken on it. It's really an opportunity to hear an update from the president of UVM and then have counselors ask questions. So that's sort of the order of operations. In terms of the public forum itself, I've prioritized people of color within that list, as well as the Burlington resident divide within that. So try to prioritize Burlington residents as well for those folks who did indicate that they were from Burlington. So I have sorted that aspect of the list. We will have 2 minutes for folks tonight. And again, we do have quite a few folks on the line. So we just ask folks to please be respectful of that. We'll get the timer up in just a moment so that folks can be able to see their timer. I will do my best to make sure that I give an on-deck warning. I'll call off a bunch of folks in order to let people know that they're to be prepared to speak. So with that, if we could please, I do have hosting responsibilities, so I can enable folks to speak. And we got the timer up. Awesome. I appreciate that. Let me just get that up and get my list. All right, great. All right, so the first couple folks on our list are Ashley Laporte, to be followed by Mark Hughes, Christine Hughes, Jessica Laporte, Jabari Jones, Stephanie Wilson, Lacey Sloan, Robert Kiernan, and Norman Fisher. So I'll try and call off in group in batches of 10. Ashley Laporte, I have found you, and I'm going to enable your microphone. So I have enabled that microphone, so you should be able to speak.
Oh, can you guys hear me okay?
Yep, go ahead.
Hi, thank you, counselors, and to the mayor. I'm calling in tonight. I'm Ashley Laporte. I live in the south end of Burlington. I'm in Ward 5. And I'm calling tonight for the same reason I've been calling since the racial justice resolution passed, which is to continue to hold the city accountable and to hold our policing system accountable to being fair for all people, and in particular for BIPOC folks who are disproportionately affected by systemic racism and therefore most policing practices. I was shocked to learn that equitable sharing was a program that the Burlington Police Department participates in. And I was even further shocked to see that it was meant to be on the consent agenda today. I'm very happy that this is something we have been able to get folks by simply telling them what it is in Burlington, by getting folks to want to dial in and comment on this today. I think what you're experiencing and what I hope you're all seeing as leaders in this city is that this is not a moment, this is a movement. And people are not willing anymore to abide by a bunch of secret policies in which the BIPOC folks in our community and across Vermont and across the nation are continually left out. And these systems that continually incentivize police to do the wrong thing. Equitable sharing seems to be a completely corrupt system. The fact that seizures are then pooled as a sort of pirating system to incentivize police departments to do these seizures is just going to further the war on drugs, among other systemic inequalities that, again, leave BIPOC folks out first. And I think what I want to say in closing here is that, like, we are watching, we are paying close attention, and 40 plus people who are dialing in to talk about this should give us a sense that, like, we see that there's a lot of work to do, and we hope you'll join us in this and the equitable sharing program and the Burlington Police participation in it. Thank you.
Thank you. And just so folks know, that item is on our deliberative agenda now. It was put on that agenda for discussion at the end of our deliberative agenda. Our next speaker will be Mark Hughes, to be followed by Christine Hughes. Mark, I'm enabling your microphone.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, or good evening, Council. Good evening, Mr. Mayor. Good evening to all of you. Thank you, Councilor Freeman, for bringing to our attention this item that was on deliberative on consent 511 is now on, I think it's deliberative 611 or 601. So I think Ashley did a pretty good job at explaining, what this actually is. I got some process concerns. I think, something like this definitely. As a police commissioner, I certainly like to know about something like this. I didn't really have any knowledge that this was a program that was in existence. I've spoken to at least 2 city councilors who had no idea. It sounds as though that the acting chief did, get the approval to get another certification on this thing or whatever that is to have this thing move forward. And I just really feel strongly that this is something that the city council should be deliberating. And I think it's something that should have some full engagement of the community. Now, I think as we think about this thing, when we think about the nature of what it is that we're talking about, I'm careful. I'm not going to get all excited and everything tonight, because what we're seeing here is it's just another manifestation of what we know to be systemic racism, right? This is, just like community-oriented policing services grants require certain actions of the police department. So does this, and you can just look at issue after issue. Whether it is funding on a highway that dumps traffic into a really highly densely populated community in here in Burlington. It's just all over the place. So again, I thank you for moving this to the deliberative. I hope you have a robust and open debate about it. Further, I hope you have community engagement really strong later. And finally, I hope that you come to the conclusion that we come to the conclusion that this is money that we just don't want. And if we do take it, then put it in the community where it belongs, the BIPOC community. Thank you. Have a good evening.
Thank you. Thanks, Mark. Mark, I am. Christine is our next speaker. I'm not able to locate Christine.
Sitting right next to me.
Okay. All right. Christine, would you like to? You're next. So.
Hi, Max. Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for giving me an opportunity to speak. I would just pretty much echo and stand in agreement with what has already been said, and really just encourage you, to understand that when we're really going to, go about the work of dismantling systemic racism, if you don't already know it or see it at this point, it really is woven into all the fabric of our communities and our society and the whole country. It doesn't really take a lot to figure that out or see that pattern over the past couple hundred years. And what it usually, all roads sort of lead back to political and economic power. I think if the police and the judicial system were really in the business of helping people and keeping everybody safe and having some kind of effect on, prosperity and wellness, this wouldn't really be such an issue. But it's pretty obvious that that's not the case. And I think that while we're a state and a community and certainly a city that touts all of our amazing efforts for restorative justice, we do understand that restorative justice and restorative practices or reparative practices have not benefited Black or brown people, because if you look at our jails, and as long as I've been looking at them for the past 15, 20 years, they're still overly populated with Black and brown people. A lot of people are being incarcerated because they have the disease of addiction. And when it's convenient, we'll talk about it as a disease, but when it's profitable, we'll talk about it as a crime. So I'd really encourage you to dig deep, because you're going to have to keep looking at things a different way and be creative and be careful about what you're doing. Thanks.
Thank you, Christine. Our next speaker will be Jessica Laporte. Jessica is to be followed by Jabari Jones. Jess, I'm enabling your microphone now.
Hi, my name is Jess Laporte, and by now you probably know what ward I live in. I'm in Ward 2. I've called in frequently over the past few months to raise my voice alongside not just the Vermont Racial Justice Alliance, but alongside white allies, some of whom sit on this city council, alongside Representative Zariah Hightower, who has been an incredible leader and somebody that I admire. I'm calling in because I want to echo what has already been said, that equitable sharing is just one of the many ways that the mass incarceration machine is reinforced. And we might look at the number, the financial number of what is being pirated from the community and say it's actually not that big, but it is a number. It is money that could be reinvested in the BIPOC community. And it is also symbolic of what policing does and how it targets people and how it profits from the oppression of Black and brown bodies across this country. A city council that has unanimously passed a reparations resolution should be a city council that when something like this comes across your desk, you think twice. You're critically thinking about what it means, what it symbolizes, and where that money should go. At the end of the day, money is power. And if we're not willing to both limit the police department's power, but also their control of money, then everything else that we're doing is just gestures, and it's not going to be long-standing and impactful. This equitable sharing and mechanisms like this are things that I've studied for years in my own education outside of higher education or secondary education. And I hope that this experience that we're all going through together, as I have been on these calls often, is an invitation to further education so that when you see policies like this, you know where you want to stand on them. And we can start swatting away both small and big elements that hold back the BIPOC community in Vermont. Thank you.
Thank you. I looked for Stephanie Wilson as well as Jabari Jones. I was not able to find either of those folks. If you are, it does help if you do change your name if you're signed in as someone else, that you either rename yourself so that you're under the name that you signed in as, or if I'm not able to find you, like if you log in on a phone number or something using the raise hand function, or just letting me know, via the public forum box, publicforum@burlingtonvt.gov if I haven't been able to find you. So I was not able to find either of those, but I was able to find Lacey Sloan. And Lacey will be followed by Robert Kiernan, Norman Fisher, Lillian Vinson, Will Davis, Lila Fortunoff, and Danielle Shaw. I'm coming to you, Lacey, and enabling your microphone. Lacey, it looks like you're muted. There you go.
Mayor Weinberger and members of the City Council, I appreciate the opportunity to speak before you tonight, and I want to thank Council members Max Tracy and Brian Pine for guiding me through this process. My name is Lacey Sloan, and I live in Ward 2. I am 100% behind everything that has been said tonight, but this is not why I've actually called in. I speak tonight to ask that Burlington halt all towing for scoff violations. A scoff violation is when someone has $75 or more in unpaid tickets with at least 10 days advance notice by regular mail. Any vehicle owned by the person owing tickets may be towed. I offer 3 arguments. First, with over 8% unemployment right now, I'm actually morally offended that the vehicles are being towed for scoff violations during this global pandemic. This is the worst time to take somebody's vehicle. We all know that you need to have transportation if you're going to work in Vermont. Second, taking a vehicle because someone cannot afford to pay for a ticket is like putting someone in jail for not paying their fines. If we're trying to be a better city, think about who is most likely to be impacted by scoff violations, and we will see that we have laws made by wealthy people for people who are poor. Finally, and I'm happy to provide the case law on this by email to whomever wants, is I hold that the current process of notification by regular mail does not meet the constitutional requirements for effective service of notice prior to confiscating property. Right now, the police automatically send a 30-day notice that is not forwarded, it is not registered. Interestingly, after a vehicle has been towed, they have to send you notice by registered mail. This does not meet the constitutional requirement for a prior effective notice prior to such action. So I ask at the very least that all towing for scoff violations be suspended at least until the pandemic is over. And then I'd like to see the city review this ordinance and consider whether it's the most moral way to raise city funds.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Robert or Bob Kiernan, and Bob will be followed by Norman Fisher and Lillian Vinson. Robert, I'm enabling your microphone.
Thanks very much. Speaking from downtown Burlington. In regards to paying for the ELAP mural removal, only the accurate costs for the first phase of the 3 phases of removal construction has actually been determined. The second and third phase will likely take the cost well over $25,000, perhaps close to $40,000. And this is a temporary fix. There is no provision yet for an actual replacement mural process with still more costs. This morning, driving within Burlington and seeing vacant storefronts on South Winooski, Main Street, Battery Street, thinking about the continuing challenges for citizens still without full-time employment, I have to think that with the definition of contingency fund, meaning a fund for emergencies or unexpected expenditures that are mainly economic crises, then the other definition of the administration and council supporting this mural action tonight without comprehensive planning, without securing RFPs and RFQs for all the required construction, and full public involvement in the selection of the actual replacement mural is a walk on fiscal and moral quicksand. This chases an ideological goal that is not in the public interest during these challenging times in Burlington. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Norman Fisher. Norman, I'm going to enable your mic. It's to be followed by Lillian Vincent, Will Davis, Lila Fortunoff, Danielle Shaw, Peggy Owen Sands. So Norman, I'm enabling your microphone.
Okay, I don't think that the request for the $25,000 to move the mural is credible. And I have a lot of reasons, but I'm only going to give two. I've spoken about the first reason many times, whereas in LA and San Francisco, there was a widespread discussion about the value of free speech and the value of equality, and oftentimes the value of free speech won. There was no such discussion in Burlington. The second reason is that my study of the situation has led me to uncover certain facts about the mayor's office involvement in the final decision. And they have to do with two involvements. One has to do with the original panel. And I attended the July 31st, 2018 meeting of the panel. And I was disconcerted to find out that there was no vote. Somebody wanted to vote that the mural not be moved. That person was not allowed to vote. And the report itself was written by the city lawyer. It doesn't reflect any knowledge whatsoever that the panel supported the report. Okay, the second one has to do with comments that Marianne Ward discovered and disseminated in a letter to the 7 Days about the newly appointed diversity spokesman for equity, inclusion, and belonging. That person said that the mural was like a swastika. That's ridiculous. That person also said in an email to Marianne Ward that no white person had the right to question such a judgment. So I believe that the manipulation of the outcome of this by the mayor's office is something that has not yet been brought to light. And in my 2 minutes, I'm finally making it, I brought it to light. Thank you.
Thank you. Norman, one thing, if I could just ask, I see a couple of emails about folks who were having trouble getting on in the public forum box. If someone from the mayor's office could just check those and share the link for those folks, that'd be helpful. Our next speaker is Lillian Vincent. Lillian Vincent, I'm going to enable your microphone now.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yep, go ahead.
Okay, I was calling in to say I support the demands of the Racial Justice Alliance and oppose Burlington's participation in equitable sharing. I was pretty surprised to hear that that's even a thing, and I honestly shouldn't have been, because that's what we've been working towards this whole time, is ending a bunch of corrupt systems, and this is one of them. So I think that we need to do the right thing and end our participation in this entirely. I don't think the timer's going, but that's all I had to say. So.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, our next speaker, I looked for Will Davis. I could not find you, Will, but I am able to find Lila Fortunoff. Lila, I'm coming to you now, or Lila, I'm sorry if I got that wrong. Enabling your microphone, so you should be able to go.
Hi, thank you, Council. My name's Lila, but no worries. Yeah, I'm calling in to stand with the folks who have spoken before with the Vermont Racial Justice Alliance to oppose equitable sharing and the Burlington Police Department's participation in the program. I share similar sentiments where I didn't know that this was a practice. And it's another situation in which I am disappointed but not surprised. we spent a lot of time in the past couple of months talking about how important it was to defund the police. And this is sort of not part of the budget, but it's another way that the police department is getting money. And as with the budget of the police department, I think that this is another instance in which we need to take funds away from the police department. And, again, like we've already done a lot of work. The citizens of the city have come to speak, and the council has taken a lot of time and work to pass the racial justice and reparations resolution, and talk about a moral budget for the city. And I think this is aligned with all of those all of that past work that we've already done. And I really encourage the city council to make sure that equitable sharing is not a part of policing in Burlington. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, our next speaker will be Danielle Shaw, to be followed by Peggy Owen Sands. There was someone who did not indicate a name, but just had an email of BSM789. And so if that person is able to just indicate who they are, that would be helpful. And then I have Oscar Flemmer and Just Voss. We'll probably not be able to get to all those folks before I switch over to President Caramel again. That's going to take place at 8, and then we'll come back and complete the public forum. There's a couple, quite a few other folks in the queue. So I'm going to go to Danielle Shaw right now. Danielle, I've enabled your microphone.
Thanks, President Tracy. My name's Danielle Shaw. I've been a Ward 2 resident for the past 5 years. And once again, I'm here to echo the demands of the Vermont Racial Justice Alliance and state that I'm really thankful for their leadership on these issues, because I don't see this leadership coming from either the mayor's office from the city police. I think it's really clear that if they are continuing to push for the practice of equitable sharing, that the city police are not partners in the work that the Burlington community has started this spring. I would prefer that the practice of equitable sharing, which is really civil asset forfeiture, be stopped in the city of Burlington. But if that can't happen, that money better be funneled into communities of color. And if there are BPD staff on this call, if there are city councilors on this call that don't understand the connection between equitable sharing and systemic racism, Google is your friend. It's really easy to find. I don't understand how the city police department can continue this practice at a time like this. And it's really clear to me that if they're pushing for this to continue at a time like this, they are not partners in the work that the city has started. And they need to be held accountable if they're not going to hold themselves accountable. Due to the shortage of time, I'd like to cede the rest of my time to other callers.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to go. I cannot locate the person who was under that email that I referenced, but I do have Peggy Owen Sands. Peggy, I'm going to enable your microphone. Go ahead, Peggy. It looks like you need to unmute on your end. There you go.
Thank you very much. Again, my name is Peggy Owen Sands, and I live in Ward 5. I share the sentiments of the Vermont Racial Justice Alliance, and I would like to speak to the equitable sharing. I find it shocking to hear that the city is part of this program and concerned that this type of, in quotes, incentive to police can lead to misuse of power. The money from incarcerating people, mostly Black, Indigenous, and people of color, if the city of for the city of Burlington and citizens agree to keep this money, that money should be used to support BIPOC. We need to, if you're going to take money away from people who are Black and Indigenous and people of color, then we need to give it back to that community. This is just very concerning. So I agree with what other people from the Vermont Racial Justice Alliance have said, and I hope that the City Council will really consider changing this. Thanks.
Thank you. All right, I was able to locate Jabari Jones. Jabari, I'm going to come to you. I've enabled your microphone, so you should be able to speak.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep, go ahead, Jabari.
Okay, thank you. Yes, my name is Jabari Jones. I'm a Black resident of Ward 1, and I'm calling in to support the demands of the Racial Justice Alliance and to demand an end to this program, whatever you want to call it, equitable sharing, civil forfeiture. It is one of the ways in which the police get away with things that ordinary citizens can't get away with. I think that if the police really want to earn or re-earn the trust of people in the communities, then they need to be proactive about changing the ways in which the police are able to steal, maim, and murder with impunity. The ways in which the courts have made it legal for the police to get away with crime. I can't walk down the street and stop a car and seize their assets and get away with it. That's a crime. That's called theft. And any institution that is able to basically get away with crime is a criminal institution. The police have to be more proactive, I think, in changing these ways, and otherwise they can expect more resistance. And so I hope that the City Council and the Mayor will see the wisdom in taking action on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Jabari. So it's 7:59, so I'm gonna have to take us out of public forum. We'll come right back into public forum. I imagine we should be back to public forum by around 8:30 for members of the public. And just so folks know who's coming up, I have Oscar Flemmer, Jess Voss, Lydia Kern, Marcy Gallagher, Nick Skarmaeus, Emma Sopchak, Caroline Hauser, Stephen Margolin, Jesse Gustafson, and Lee Morrigan. So with that, I believe that we have we will now go into an update from the University of Vermont. We'll start with having President Garamella, who is with us on the line, and I can see President Garamella. Welcome to the city, to your first council meeting. It's good to have you here. We certainly appreciate you. I know it's a busy time for you and all your colleagues at the university, so appreciate you joining us this evening and giving us your perspective and some updates around what is happening at UVM to make sure that reopening is safe for students in our community. So I'll turn it over to you, President Garamella.
Thank you very much, Max. Appreciate the invite. Can you hear me okay?
I can. Are others able to hear?
Great. Perfect. Thank you. Well, it's dark outside, but you can see parts of the UVM campus behind me. So thanks again for inviting me. As you know, I've met with several of you in ward meetings and neighborhood planning meetings and so on, when meetings were possible, at least physical meetings were possible. And I hope we're back to that soon. Certainly I chat with Mayor Weinberger often and his staff, and I know Wendy and Joe and Gail and others talk to you all the time. So, this is big on all your minds. So obviously I don't need to tell you, but the start of the fall semester is around the corner. Many have worked to develop UVM's return to campus plan. It's one of, if not the most rigorous and comprehensive of any such plan in the nation. There are no guarantees, but I think we've put a lot of hard work into it. It's the result of months of careful research with input from hundreds of people, including faculty, staff, students, but also outside experts and elected officials. Our students chose overwhelmingly to return to campus. You know, as you know by now, those who are uncomfortable with returning could access the at-home option. So far, around 1,300 students have taken it, and students have till August 30th to make the selection. The remaining 12,000 or some number, we won't know for another couple of weeks what the total numbers are, and we're happy to share at that time. They made their decision to come knowing that they're subject to stringent testing and quarantine protocols, in addition to strict requirements regarding their behavior on and off campus. If they're found out of compliance, they will face fines and possibly suspension. But you know, several of you know this, your alums. Cliche as it sounds, our students bring a unique commitment to social justice issues and the environment. That's why they chose UVM. And we have students stepping up to be ambassadors to work with their peers, with medical and nursing students doing sort of educational videos and messaging and such. But we're also they're also looking to our neighbors to act as their partners. Our partnership with our neighbors is critical to a successful semester. There's just no two ways about it. We're doing all we can to help neighbors share their concerns with us. There's a dedicated section on our Return to Campus website that's focused on the needs and concerns of our neighbors. I hope you've had a chance to look at it. It now includes a streamlined incident reporting form. It's a very simple form, kind of a drop-down menu type thing. And then, you know, Mayor Weinberger and I discussed this, and based on the request, we are providing financial support for these COVID-19 educational circuits. Regarding our testing, I've said this in many forums and such, and I've written an op-ed on it that many people have followed. We are one of the very few universities that's conducting pre-arrival tests. This is a game changer, the pre-arrival part of it. They're done through Rutgers University and Vault Health. And the point is it prevents students from even coming to campus and to the city if they test positive for COVID. I can update you on the numbers. We've had well over 10,000 kits that have been ordered by our students. And we've had 4,000 results as of the most recent count, and 4 tested positive. 4 out of 4,000 tested positive before they came to the city. And those, of course, who tested positive stay home until they're cleared. So the system's working. This is a 0.1% positivity rate. We are also doing, as you know, day 0, day 7, et cetera, testing. Our on-campus testing regimen is through the Broad Institute. It's highly regarded, and it includes an arrival test and a weekly test. We've had about over 1,300 tests so far since August 7th, and there have been 2 positive results. So it's fair to say, I think, that UVM students will be among the most tested and closely monitored of any resident in the state of Vermont, and they're also being held to strict and actionable behavior standards. In addition to this, of course, just to complete that story, it's not something in isolation. We've undertaken multiple other measures to ensure our campus is safe. We've de-densified classrooms to observe the 6-foot distancing, installed protective measures, such as plexiglass shields, et cetera. We have signage throughout campus, along with the development of public health campaigns and messaging. We're providing masks, we're providing face shields, and testing at no cost to our faculty, staff, and students. And we're ending classes ahead of Thanksgiving so that the travel back and forth is minimized. All this costs a lot of money. We're probably looking at real costs in the order of $25 to $30 million for this coming year, which exceeds any relief funds that we've received. The demand for financial aid has also gone up significantly, but we believe strongly that educating our students and continuing our important and often life-saving research is worth this expense. You know, Max, before we can turn to questions, I want to acknowledge that we're all facing a lot of these pressures. There's much uncertainty, and with that comes fear. I understand. I can tell you that, you know, I share in the concerns as well. But we need to keep in mind these facts. I hope some of you saw this show with Vermont This Week over the weekend, where Stuart Ledbetter interviewed some of our state's best experts, Dr. Mark Levine and Jan Carney and Patty Prelock. And so I think we're trying to communicate the best we can to reassure people, but also share what we're doing. About 3,600 of our students are Vermonters, and they worked hard to come back to school. And I believe that if a safe return can be done anywhere, it can be done here. I think it's important also to note that we're trying to protect jobs. It's not, certainly I care a lot about the jobs of our staff, but also those in our community. So there are many reasons that I think this is the right way to go. Max, before I stop, you'd asked in your invitation to me that I point out any new things, any new developments that have happened since our team last spoke to you, to the council a couple of weeks ago. So let me just say a few things that have changed since then that are updates. First, our testing strategy is working. So as I said, 4 out of 4,000 plus pre-arrival tests were positive, which means 99.9% of our students are clear. And then we've had 1,300 plus broad tests, of which only 2 are positive. We ramped up our off-campus enforcement efforts by creating a new streamlined form, as I said. I hope you will all make use of it. I hope there's not a need to, but if there is, please do. We're cooperating with the city, as I said, on these educational circuits. That, I think violators will receive tickets, and our own sanctions include hefty fines and suspension for egregious violations. Our daily numbers are reported to the Vermont Department of Health and are included in Vermont's daily count. We've also added, upon Mayor Weinberger's request, the number of tests conducted as the information we're putting up on our website. And then finally, UVM has communicated with all students and families multiple times about all that UVM, the city, and the state regulations are saying regarding COVID, and provided them with very precise instructions on how to quarantine and how to isolate. Our student health staff and others are checking in with students now to ensure that they're safe and that their quarantine isolation is successful. So these are some of the developments since last time. I'm sure there'll be other questions, and I'm happy to address a few. Max, thank you.
Thank you very much, President Garamella. I appreciate that. And just again to remind members of the public who had signed up for public forum but have yet to go, we will get back to you in just a moment. I'm going to open the floor up to questions from counselors. We do have, I'm sure you all have quite a few questions, but I would just ask that hopefully folks try and limit airtime to make space for other counselors as well, just so that we are able to get as many folks involved in the discussion. I saw Councillor Freeman asking to be recognized, and then Councillor Stromberg. If others are looking to be recognized, Councillor Hightower, Hanson, and Paul, I see you as well. So Councillor Freeman, go ahead.
No, I was just holding my hand up, sorry.
Oh, okay. All right. I had Councillor Stromberg after you then.
Thank you, President Tracy, and thank you, Suresh, for sharing those remarks. I guess the biggest question, and this is one that I hear all the time, what is the real, absolute contingency plan for when there is a full-blown outbreak on or off campus or both? What do we do? Is there going to be a shutdown, entire shutdown, then go to remote learning? Are people equipped to do that? Are professors and educators ready to take that on? Are students aware that that can happen? I want to know specifically what the plan is for when and if that happens. Thank you.
Jane, thank you. You were a student here. Luckily, you didn't have to go through this. I don't wish this on any student, the uncertainty or their parents. My answer to much of this, thankfully, is that as we continue to monitor circumstances on campus, in the community, and the state, I just truly feel fortunate to be working so closely with Dr. Mark Levine, with Mike Smith and others in the governor's office, as well as Mayor Weinberger and his staff. We're all working very closely together. We've got great experts in public health and in infectious disease at UVM, as you know. And so it's an effort of the group. We are, as you know, and as I've mentioned, we have an at-home option that we offered, and therefore there are 1,300 plus students that are taking classes offline. You know, if it came to that and we were forced to pivot again, we would. Of course we would. And we've been saying, look, we'll do the best we can. You know, I've never quite said, I think, that I'm confident that we can do this, but I feel like if it can be done anywhere, we can. And all of our planning, I think, has been endorsed by the experts in the state. So we will deal with whatever you know, the conditions dictate. But as you know, the UVM campus experience, while it's nothing like the typical one, is still something of great interest. And specifically, right, we have, when back in March, we had to shut down on-campus operations, research shut down too. I think it's very critical for our research to continue because we have a lot of life-saving work that's going on. So we worked through that piece of it quite carefully to see what pieces of the research can be continued and what stages are there as well. So then there's communications that have been going out to the research labs in that space. Thanks for the question, Jay.
Councilor Stromberg, did you have anything else?
I do. I'll let others go though. Thank you. Sorry.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. Councilor Hightower to be followed by Hanson and Paul. If others want to get in, please give an indication. Councilor Hightower.
Yes, so first of all, I'm glad to hear that UVM is also committing to going fully remote after Thanksgiving break. I think that's an excellent idea. Can you hear me?
Yeah, a little bit. If you could speak up just a little more, please.
Yeah, absolutely. I guess I want to first echo Jane's comment that I think, or echo and add to, I think we need more concrete metrics around what would cause a UVM shutdown. I was frustrated that UVM earlier kind of brushed off some of those asks by calling them, acting like it was an absurd ask to get those metrics, and that it was a magic number that couldn't possibly be determined. I don't think it's a magic number. I think it's a decision-making number that I expect the leaders of the university, specifically you, to make based on current scientific understanding, especially because you'll need the city's help to make whatever the contingency plan is at that point. So it'd be good to know, both as the city and as neighbors, what that looks like and when it happens. Then I have a question around testing, and I want to say that of course they're one of the universities who's doing the most arrival testing, because they're one of the few universities where it's almost certain that students who are coming from a higher COVID rate location than they're going to. So you have a higher obligation to do it than almost any other university. But my question is, how are you conducting these tests? Where are they being administered? How are you preventing the bunching of students specifically at those testing sites, and what some of the logistics are specifically around the testing to make sure that there's not a lot of students indoors when they're having to remove their masks to be tested?
Thanks, Zaraya. So I can't remember which channel carried this, but there was actually a very clean and detailed piece of there's a TV, and we'll send this to you if you missed it, that recorded how that testing was happening. It was either WCX or one of those, and so no, they're not bunching. Just like we have enforced 6-foot distances everywhere, we have a very careful process for doing this. You're welcome to come on over and look at the review the testing process that's going on. We'll be doing 10,000 or more tests a week. And so as that piece reported, I think we can do like 340 or so tests an hour. We have a whole, I don't remember exactly, it's like 7 a.m. to 9 p.m. or something. There's a long window where students sign up. They sign up for specific slots. And we've got observers that are testing it. The Broad test is a PCR test. It's the highest quality test there is. The state uses it as well. So yes, there's an enormous amount of planning and diligence that has gone into doing that testing right, and I think it's proving itself in how it's happening. So the testing is being done at the data center, as you've probably heard by now, and there is, as I said, there is video of where the students are standing and how the testing is occurring and so on, if you want to take a look at that. And Wendy, if you can make a point of sending to Ms. Hightower and others that link, that might be helpful.
Thank you, that would be.
Anything else, Counselor?
I will defer to other counselors.
Okay, awesome. Thank you. Appreciate that. Counselor Hanson to be followed by Counselor Paul. And if others would like to ask questions, just let me know. Counselor Hanson.
Great, thanks. And thanks for being here, President Garamella. So I just wanted to clarify on the reporting of the data and the testing data. I was really glad to hear that you all would be reporting that to the state daily. And when the state reports that out, like, is there a way for us to see the UVM specific data, or does it kind of just get merged in with the broader statewide data?
Yeah, so Jack, we have been from the beginning, you know, in fact, I think early on when our testing was happening from March onwards, the state actually, Dr. Mark Levine and others get the results even before we do. So, but as we've been getting results from Broad and Vault and such, we've been updating, we work very, very closely with the Commissioner for Health's office. So we report that every day, and that's included in the state totals. When there is, you know, when there are concerning trends and such, both the Commissioner for Health and we work with the city as well and inform the city on what's going on. And so, and we certainly commit to doing that. I mean, if there was a cluster of cases, if there was a house, for example, that has multiple cases, we would definitely inform the state. So, and one request that the mayor had for us, which seemed very reasonable, so we're doing that. I don't know if it's gone into the most recent report that went, but certainly it'll be happening from next, from either the just released report or next week. The number of tests conducted as well, off campus, on campus, you know, faculty, staff, etc. So we'll be reporting that also. So basically, we are sharing the results with the state as they come in, and the numbers that are included in the state. You know, there are all kinds of privacy issues and such. When they've got one or two positive cases, it gets a little tricky to be, you have to be quite careful not to divulge details. But we fully intend, I think Zariah said this earlier, that we need the city to work with to, you know, if there were any, God forbid, you know, cases, issues which, where we have to sort of all act together, and we'll continue to do that.
Okay, great. Yeah, I think it would be as much as possible when there's not any privacy or legal issues. I think from what I've been hearing from community members, I think it would be really appreciated if when UVM reports those numbers out to the state, they would make them public as well. I think that would ease a lot of concerns in the community. Again, you know, if there's privacy or legal issues, obviously those, you know, that could be held back, but otherwise I think it'd be really important to make those numbers public on a daily basis. And then my other question was just around off-campus concerns. You know, there was a large party last weekend that was reported in the news that the Burlington Police Department had responded to, and so I'm curious how UVM's responding to that event, because that was a very large gathering of at least
Jack,
75
thank you.
people.
I'm glad you asked.
Yeah. Just if I could just finish. So yeah, I'm curious about the response to that particular party from UVM and how to ensure that that doesn't happen going forward. But I also would love to hear you talk about sort of a real-time hotline or response system that residents could reach out to and receive a response in real time.
Yeah, so you know, again, federal laws restrict us from saying something about individual students. I was very disturbed, I will say, to hear about the particular event that you're talking about. We're very serious about violations. And we've set up an expedited student conduct process and sanctions that range from, hefty fines, $250, all the way to suspension. Sanctions, we will not hesitate to impose them for situations like this. I've made this clear in no uncertain terms in many ways and in many places. And I'm really serious that we won't let one student or two students being irresponsible, they don't have a right to destroy opportunities for all others or to endanger the community. So we are certainly taking the particular event you're talking about very seriously. And as I said before, one of the things we've done is to post a link on our neighbor website that folks can report as much detail as they would like. There is actually a Live Safe app that we've just released, which any of our students can take video and send it in. They can call 911 from that Live Safe app as well. So we would really like everyone in the community, certainly including our students, to partner. And I can tell you, I feel very seriously about this. I've got two students going, who are in college right now, and they feel the same. We hear from hundreds of students that are planning about how they will sort of talk to their roommates and how they'll avoid letting other people come in and such. So we want that kind of care to go in, and a few students that are violating rules, we will deal with very, very seriously. Certainly the educational patrols that the circuits that the mayor and I have discussed should help as well. We've asked any ticketing that is done around this to identify that there's a COVID violation as well, so that we can follow up. And so we're going to be treating violations of public health and COVID-related regulations on an expedited path compared to our standard student conduct processes. I really hope that the message is getting out that these kinds of violations are not going to be looked at softly.
Okay, Councilor, all set?
Sure, yeah, I still feel that, the real-time response system would be really beneficial, but yeah, I have no more questions. Thank you.
Okay, I have Councilor Paul to be followed by Councilor Shannon. Go ahead, Councilor Paul.
And Max, we'll make those the last two questions, if you could, please. I do need to go after that.
Okay, I can go to Councilor Paul and Councilor Shannon, and then, yes, I understand your time constraints. So Councilor Paul, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. President Garamella, thank you so much for joining us this evening. As you can imagine, many of us, particularly city councilors who border UVM and Champlain College, have spent dozens and dozens of hours responding to very real concerns about people that are your neighbors that live right near the university campus. A number of them who are older, a number of them who have told us that they will be avoiding certain areas in Burlington and are very concerned about what they see in terms of the number of students that are walking around town that don't appear to have changed, any behavior. I mean, what you see is sort of a lot of students that if you didn't know there was a pandemic going on, I don't know that you would know it. And so I have a couple of questions for you. These are mostly people that have expressed these concerns to me. One of them, Councilor Hanson brought up, which is, for people who live here, full-time, residents that are here living in around students, you said at the press conference last week that you were reporting the numbers daily to the Vermont Department of Health. Champlain College is doing the same thing. They are also reporting their daily numbers. Colleges and universities around the country are doing the same thing. And yet they are establishing a dashboard and reporting those numbers daily. And I understand that there may be some privacy issues. I'm not really sure how their privacy issues are different from your privacy issues. But there are a lot of people that are feeling, if you're reporting them to the state, why you can't have them on, on your website. And right now what you have is numbers that go for like 6 or 7 days. You have not delineated between on campus and off campus, which a lot of people are probably a little more concerned with off campus than with on campus. And so I guess I'm just trying to understand if others are doing this, why it is that, that you are reluctant to do that. That was my first question. And then the other question that I have is that, I think I and probably many others are very appreciative of the fact that UVM is going to be paying for foot patrols in neighborhoods during critical hours on weekends. And while that's certainly good news, it won't be incredibly meaningful if UVM isn't going to hold students accountable. So we certainly hope that if there are violations of the green and gold promise, that you will hold people accountable. And my question along those lines is that there's a number of us who over the years have done weekend foot patrols to address noise and other issues. And I'm asking you whether or not you would be willing to join neighbors and counselors on a foot patrol to help spread the word to UVM students in order to really convey the seriousness with which UVM takes this public health threat.
And thank you. I hope I get the answers to your questions. So we do report off campus versus on campus. So I'm not quite sure. So there's 4 categories: faculty, staff, off campus, and on campus students.
You put them together. They're together.
No. I guess if I need to double check, but there are 4 categories in which we've been reporting the positives. So I will double check, but the intention certainly was to do that, and I thought we were doing it. I always see them in these 4 categories before they go up. So if it hasn't happened, it will happen, and I apologize for that, because that's what I also committed to the mayor for. I'm confused about the difference in what we just talked about. So that's the first one. The second one was about, sorry, the foot patrols. I remember what was the second issue again?
My second question is that we do appreciate that you're paying for foot patrols,
right.
And I'm asking you whether or not you would be willing to participate in those.
Yeah, well, Karen, I think I get around as much as I can, and I'm doing my bit. One person can only do so much. I work about 23 hours a day on trying to keep us safe. So I don't know that that my walking around the city. I live in the heart of campus, and I see plenty of this myself. And when I'm out and around, I talk to students. So I'm doing my own. Thank you. I think that Gail and Joe and Wendy and all our community relations people doing it, and many of our faculty and staff being on alerts is all part of it. I don't think something symbolic is necessarily what is called for, but certainly I truly appreciate the anxiety in the community, and again, because I live right here on in the heart of the community you're talking about, I understand the issues. I have similar concerns. But I think I remember the other thing you said was that you hope that we do hold students to the promise, and I can guarantee you that we will. Our challenge has been that when reports come in, they've not had any information that's actionable, and therefore I'm hoping that the police identifying some of their visits as being COVID infection related will be helpful. And certainly I do hope that the community will help us with the reporting with some more details, so we can in fact follow through. But we're not going to hesitate to impose the fines and suspensions if there are egregious violations.
Thank you for those answers. I just want to close and just simply saying that I don't think that the president of the university being out, because this has happened before, is really symbolic. I think that it really sends a message to your students that that you, along with everyone in the community, is taking this seriously in a way that you're willing to spend an evening going and talking with students in the evenings, not necessarily right outside your front door. And I'm sure you do that. I think we all want the same outcome. But again, I just, having spent an enormous amount of time listening to residents, they just, there are some very real concerns out there. Thank you.
Thank you. And I hope that we will all remind our neighbors and remember ourselves also of the fact that we're not bringing COVID into town. That's one thing. And that the testing results so far, very early days, are very reassuring. But we hope that they stay that way. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Paul. I'll go to Councillor Shannon to finish us out, and then we'll go back to the public forum. Thanks to members of the public who were signed up who have yet to go. Really appreciate your patience. Go ahead, Councillor Shannon.
Thank you, President Tracy. And thank you, President Garamella, for coming before us. I think it's very important to us that you're here tonight, and to the community as well. And we're all doing our best to manage a situation that has so many unknowns that we're never really going to be completely comfortable. And I know that you're doing the best that you can, and we're all doing the best that we can, and hopefully collectively we're going to come up with the right answers. And I hope that you appreciate that we do want to work collectively with you to make sure that we have the best outcome for the community. And that UVM is a overwhelming factor in our community, particularly as everybody is just coming into town now. So I had just a couple questions for you. Other counselors covered a lot of what I wanted to ask. So thank you to Councilors Hanson and Councillor Paul of asking about the testing. That's a big concern to me too, and I too would like it reported daily on a dashboard. Don't see any reason why that can't happen, but you don't need to respond to that at this point. I think it's clear where all of our expectations are on that, and I hope you'll work with us on that. The pre-arrival tests, I'm really happy that you are doing that, and wanted to find out, when those are they reported directly to you, or are you relying on students to report their test results? Are you saying that they're all going through the same testing facility that UVM has contracted?
Thank you, Joan. And just to your first point,
Councillor Shannon.
Sorry, Councillor Shannon. Yes, thank you. You can call me Suresh, by the way. I'm very comfortable with that. But thank you. The anxiety you mentioned up front, and the desire for the neighbors and UVM to work together is mutual. So none of us pretends that we have all the answers. I do think we've put a lot of time and effort, I've looked at many universities' plans in New England, but across the country, and so I think we're spending money. We're doing whatever we need to do to try and keep do the right thing. So I fully appreciate the anxiety and the desire to work together. In terms of the pre-arrival testing, the test results, yes, the tests are conducted at Rutgers University. The logistics are handled by this company called Vault Health. And so when the result is available, it is sent directly to us, and it is sent to the students. So it is sent to both. We're paying for the tests, they're quite expensive, and we get the results directly.
Okay, so if Amy Smith sends her test to the facility, she turns out to be positive, you don't have to wait for Amy Smith to report that to you. You know that she's positive, right?
We hear from Vault Health and from Rutgers directly. Our medical folks, our student health center hears immediately and directly. from.
And you know
Rutgers
the
or
identity of the person?
I don't. Our medical center does, yes.
Okay. Because I heard some concerns from parents who were told when they got here not to worry about, they had brought their test results and then they were dismissed saying, we don't need that. And I think they didn't understand. They thought that nobody was checking on this. So I'm glad to hear that those results are being reported directly, which is why parents bringing their test results didn't need to do that.
That's correct, Councillor Shen.
Okay, thank you. And then with the can you explain how the communications are working between the Burlington Police Department and UVM with regards to potential violations in terms of parties and things like that? And specifically, other colleges are dismissing students who have participated in gatherings that are against the campus policy. That has now happened here. And I have heard you say tonight several times that you're taking it seriously, you're giving fines, and that students can be suspended or dismissed for these behaviors if they're egregious enough. Is participating in a gathering that they all know is not within, what they've pledged to do, does that meet the standard for being dismissed or suspended from UVM? Because it does at other campuses. And I'll also, lastly, I wanted to know how the new city rules on gatherings are being communicated to UVM students.
Thank you. The new city rules are being communicated through a letter to all of our students. In fact, I just looked at a final draft that will be going out tomorrow morning, especially the 25-10, the 25 outside and 10 indoors rule. And so it's hard for me to respond now as to whether the particular party or event that you were referring to was, exactly what kind of a violation it was. It sounds terrible. And if it turns out to be all it is, I think the police, we just received the police report. Our student conduct people did. I know there's a process going on. And, if it is egregious, we have non-egregious and an egregious 2 tracks. And if it's egregious, it has hefty fines. But if it's egregious enough, then suspension will happen as the first step. We don't have to go through the other 2 steps first. So
where do you draw that line?
There'd be many, many examples I'd have to point out, Councillor Shannon. I don't know where this falls, but there are, if this was a willfully done event and folks were invited against the rules, then it sounds to me like an egregious violation. So our people will look into it, but it's going to happen in an expedited way. I'm very bothered by this, and we will take quite serious action.
And can you talk about how communications are happening between BPD and UVM? How do you know when your students are doing something they shouldn't be off campus?
So I guess I don't have an exact detail of how that's done. I know the UVM Police Department and the Burlington Police Department are certainly, I think they work closely. Our public safety folks are regularly in touch. Our community relations folks are in touch with the city. Maybe Wendy, if you have an answer, you can speak up, but we do receive reports. We've asked the city to instruct or to request their police department to notate when tickets that are issued are related to the to COVID violations. And so we have been, I think that process has been set up. I couldn't give you the exact detail.
Okay. I would just note that on other campuses, when students have gathered illegally, they have been suspended, and it hasn't just been the hosts that have brought people to the area. It's those who have participated as well. And I think it's going to be very important how this is handled now is going to set the stage for the students' expectations, into the school year. So I hope that it will be dealt with expeditiously and with the severity it deserves.
I agree. Thank you very much. President Tracy, I will jump off now, and I just realized that Wendy Koenig isn't able to speak, so she couldn't have answered Councillor Shannon. But
okay, all right. Well,
thank you very much
thank you for being with us.
Okay,
appreciate it, and we look forward to continued, communication between the university and the council. Thank you very much.
Bye-bye.
Okay, so thank you to members of the public. I again apologize for that split public forum. We really did want to get hear from President Garamella, given all the issues around UVM reopening. But at this point, I'm going to have us go back into our public forum and pick up where we left off, just so that we can complete that public forum, because we did have a number of quite a few folks who still had signed up. We have the timer up. Thank you to City Clerk Bovee for doing that. I'm going to read off some of our next speakers, just so that folks know who's coming up. I have Oscar Flemmer, Jess Voss, Lydia Kern, Marcy Gallagher, Nick Skarmaeus, Emma Sopchak, Carolyn Hauser, Steve Margolin, Jesse Gustafson, and Lee Morgan. Oscar, I have found you and I'm enabling your microphone.
Testing.
Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Oscar and I'm a white resident of Ward 3 in Burlington. I'd like to voice my dissent for the BPD's ongoing participation in the equitable sharing program. Anything the council can do in terms of separating the BPD and our government from this opportunistic program would be a prudent use of your time. The war on drugs was an all-out siege on Black communities within the United States, and the fact that law enforcement agencies have been able to profiteer off of the resulting seizures has been a large part of what's made them such a militarized and harmful presence to Black, brown, and impoverished communities everywhere in the United States, including here with the equitable sharing program. I think the fact that we have such a twisted incentive for policing in our city flies in the face of what we've been doing to dismantle systemic racism in Burlington. I'm worried that the seizure of assets will become one of the many ways the BPD will attempt to refund themselves, and it will come at the cost of the same Black, brown, and impoverished communities. I hope you'll allow whatever time I have left to be used as a moment of silence for Jacob Blake, who's currently in critical condition in a Kenosha ICU. Thank you for your time. Black Lives Matter.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jess Voss. Jess, I'm enabling your microphone. Go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yep, go ahead.
Hi, I'm also calling in tonight in support of the Racial Justice Alliance against equitable sharing and Burlington Police Department's participation in the program. Some of the things that most of us should already be aware of is that equitable sharing is a morally reprehensible program and incentivizes the ongoing war on drugs, among other systematically racist policies and practices by the police. Whether or not the police, or Burlington police specifically, are defunded, the fact that they could somehow refund themselves through the seizure of properties seems wholly absurd that it should still exist, or it existed to begin with. Any money collected via these programs or programs like it should obviously end up back in the hands of BIPOC Vermonters, continue to be disproportionately affected by the police, as evidenced by data available via the VT Racial Justice Alliance Race Traffic Stop Data Dashboard, as well as the UVM report released today. In regards, simply like a note I was extremely disappointed to hear Suresh Garimala's comments on how University of Vermont is anticipating handling testing. I mean, personally, this weekend I called Student Health Services because I was worried about possible exposure, and was just yelled at and told that if I really care to go to either the Vermont Gov website and figure out testing, or to go to emergency services, which I probably would rather not, because I had a friend go there the other week who had to wait for 6 to 8 hours. So it seems absolutely absurd. Also, the idea that he wouldn't participate in his walkabouts because he quote unquote works 23 hours a day. I don't understand why he seems to be using that hyperbole, but either way, thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Lydia Kern, to be followed by Marcy Gallagher. Lydia, I've enabled your microphone.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yep, go ahead.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for your time this evening. I'm also calling in support of the Racial Justice Alliance. I'm so amazed at their work with continually uncovering all of these policies that we need to continue to look at to continue the work that Burlington has started. So I just want to echo that I oppose the equitable sharing policy that the Burlington Police Department participates in. And yeah, I just want to push for that program to be ended. And if it's not ended enough, that any profits that are made from that would be put back into the hands of BIPOC Vermonters who are disproportionately policed. And yeah, thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Marcy Gallagher, to be followed by Nick Skarmaeus. Marcy, I've enabled your microphone.
Hi, I am calling to support the Vermont Racial Justice Alliance and to oppose equitable sharing and the Burlington Police Department's participation in that program. The program is wrong for all the reasons you've heard tonight, and I support all of those comments. A few weeks ago, you unanimously passed the creation of a task force to study paying reparations, and any money taken from this program should be considered to fund reparations and create other public services to benefit folks of color in Burlington, and should not be allowed to go into the institution of police that continues to oppress BIPOC Vermonters. Thanks.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Nick Skarmaeus, to be followed by Emma Sopchak. Nick, I've enabled your microphone.
Can you hear me?
Yep, go ahead.
Hello, my name is Nick Skarmaeus. I would like to echo the demands of the Racial Justice Alliance in opposing the equitable sharing. I think it is somewhat hypocritical to look past all of the work that they have done to pass reparation for resolutions and racial justice resolutions while continuing to allow the Burlington Police Department to accept all this money. And I would like to just kind of echo all the other calls that people have said. And it's very clear that this is something that is wrong. And if we're going to preach racial progression in the city, yet have equitable sharing be a thing, it does not make sense. And we need to get rid of this program and put all of the money back into BIPOC communities. Thank you, and I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. I have Emma Sopchak, to be followed by Carolyn Hauser. Emma, I've enabled your microphone.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yep, go ahead.
Thanks. So I wanted to talk about a couple things. The first thing is listening to President Garimala's statements on the choice to keep UVM open during a pandemic. I am frankly appalled that that decision was made in the first place. I am a former UVM student. I'm a resident of Burlington, and I've lived in Vermont my whole life. And the way that this university's roots are completely inseparable from the rest of the community, the way they affect the housing in this place, and the way that they affect the jobs in this city, the way they affect the fundamental societal structure and social structure of this entire city, it is so unbelievably irresponsible for UVM to make this choice and to endanger all of us by allowing students back on campus. It's great that they've tried all of these things like foot patrols and whatever other measures they put in place to try and rein in their students. But the point is, they wouldn't need to rein in their students at all if they had taken this pandemic seriously and kept them at home. And there is no reason why UVM can't try just as hard as every other campus in this country that has made the correct decision to go virtual for this extremely extraordinary time we're living through. So that's my first point. The other point is to call and just say that the Racial Justice Alliance is completely right towards their opposition of equitable sharing. It's a misnamed program. It's so morally reprehensible. It is just a reinforcing of the modern day slavery that our society just sweeps under the rug. You know, if people are property in prisons, then it makes no sense it makes perfect sense that their assets would become suddenly the state's property too, and all of it is wrong, and the BPD should not be participating in it. So I support the Racial Justice Alliance 100%. Thank you.
Thank you. I looked for Caroline Hauser. I could not find Carolyn or Caroline, but I did find Stephen Margolin. Stephen will be followed by Jesse Gustafson. Stephen, I'm enabling your microphone.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yep, go ahead.
Cool. Yeah, I am a resident of Ward 8, not a college student, although I live surrounded by them. And I want to lend my voice to the Racial Justice Alliance and say that equitable sharing is an atrocious policy, and it disgusts and frightens me that the BPD participates in that. It is not sharing, it's thieving, and it is most certainly not equitable the way it specifically targets BIPOC members of the community and disproportionately affects them and continues unfair practices of policing and perpetuates systems of systemic injustice and racism. If the city of Burlington really wants to commit to the racial justice amendment and the reparations task force that they have put into motion, then they need to also start really thinking about what the police force is, what it does, and how it can be reined in. And to start that, you need to disapprove equitable sharing and not allow this heinous system to continue in the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Jesse Gustafson, and I'm going to read off a couple other folks. We have Lee Morgan, Liz Kessler, William Keaton, Fern Aguda Brown, Alexandra Carambolas, Lydia Koch, Mackenzie Murray, Will Gebhardt, Jesse Metzler, Lindsay Foreman, and Jeff Nick. Jesse Gustafson, I'm going to come to you and enable your microphone. You should be enabled at this point.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yep, go ahead.
Okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Jesse Gustafson, and I live in Burlington. And racism was recently declared a public health emergency in Burlington, and the existence of equitable sharing and the feeding of money into the Burlington Police Department through this program really contradicts this declaration. Continuing to allow BPD to accept equitable sharing stands against any progress we have begun to make against systemic racism in Burlington. I continue to support the Vermont Racial Justice Alliance, and if equitable sharing is not ended, then all money collected through this program should be given to BIPOC Vermonters who are disproportionately impacted by police presence. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Lee Morgan, to be followed by Liz Kessler. Lee, I'm enabling your microphone. Looks like you're muted on your end, Lee.
Can you hear me now?
Yep, go ahead.
Thank you, Counselor. My name is Lee Morgan, and I am a white resident of the New North End. I oppose the equitable sharing program and the Burlington Police Department's participation in this program. Many callers tonight have stated exactly why this is unethical and frankly disturbing. This practice reinforces the distrust that many citizens have of the BPD. The only money from the equitable sharing program that the BPD receives should be in the form of training, specifically in public relations. The BPD recently used the unfortunate passing of a Burlington resident as a PR stunt. A Facebook post was made on the BPD account detailing a call to service for an unresponsive young woman that overdosed. The post contained many details of the efforts of police, the state of the young woman and her friends. The post ended with the statement, "A life on the brink brought back." There was one detail the post left out. The woman later died. After public outcry, the post was updated 6 days later and later deleted. There were also a few comments on the post from Chief of Police Jennifer Morrison. A memorable comment I will now read. "The City Council is more interested in social activism than good governance. They have no expertise in public safety, only aggressive social activism platforms, spoon-fed by national organizations." She also stated that the public has no idea what the BPD goes through. Please do not further incentivize the BPD to police a community they do not appear to respect. Incentivize the police to care more about the citizens of Burlington than they care about their Facebook account. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, our next speaker will be Liz Kessler, to be followed by William Keaton. Liz, I'm enabling your microphone.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yep, go ahead.
Equitable sharing would be a reversal of the work that Burlington residents have given so much to accomplish. We've spoken out again and again against police stockpiling of power and funds in the Burlington community, and tonight we stand up against this abuse of power once more. We know that Burlington police arrest Black residents at nearly 4 times the rate of white residents. We know that while traffic stops by Burlington police have decreased in recent years, the racial disparities in stops remain. This tells us that racial profiling remains high in the Burlington police force despite the knowledge that it exists. This equitable sharing policy would affect Vermont residents of color far more than white ones. By passing an equitable sharing policy, the City Council would approve policing for profit. Equitable sharing practices lend themselves to police abuse of power in the interest of capital gain. Furthermore, such policies take money gathered from already vulnerable populations and redistribute them to serve the same powers that disseminate violence and intimidate in our communities. The funds recuperated from confiscated property instead must support long-term education and empowerment projects. And furthermore, these policies encourage corrupt policing in the first place. In these community forums, we have heard the stories and frustrations of Vermonters of color struggling to find safety and acceptance here. This equitable sharing policy serves to perpetuate the grossly destructive war on drugs and would take money that could be directed towards social supports and use it to recuperate police funding. However, cuts to the Burlington Police were intentionally and rightly made when the city budget was passed in June. We have worked so hard for these changes. Please do not succumb to this attempt to cheapen the progress Burlington residents have fought so hard to accomplish for the good of our most marginalized community members. Thank you.
Thank you. I was not able to find William Keaton, but I did find Fern Aguda Brown. Fern, I'm going to come to you, but after you will be Alexandra Karambalas. Fern, I've enabled your microphone.
Can you hear me?
Yep, go ahead.
Okay. Good evening. My name is Fern Aguda Brown, and I'm a white resident in the New North End. I stand with the Vermont Racial Justice Alliance in opposing equitable sharing. This funding mechanism needs to be eliminated as it undermines justice, corrupts and militarizes law enforcement, and exacerbates racial and economic inequalities. If I'm correct in my understanding of this civil asset forfeiture, it permits law enforcement agencies to seize property from individuals without having to charge them or convict them of a crime. There have been examples of this throughout the country of abuses of this program where corrupt law enforcement and prosecutors have a stake in forfeited property and act upon this. This brings up serious concerns about policing for profit. Law enforcement agencies should not profit from taking people's property. Thanks so much for your time. Black Lives Matter.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Alex Karambalas, and to be followed by Lydia Koch. I'm going to go to you now, Alex, and your microphone should be enabled.
Great, thanks so much. Hi, my name is Alexandra Karambulis. I'm a resident of Ward 4. I'm speaking in opposition to the city partaking in the Equitable Sharing Program, a program that clearly includes a conflict of interest and incentivization to over-police and continues racist economic oppression. To be clear, what the Equitable Sharing Program entails is the allowance to seize assets allegedly associated with illegal drug activity or crime, without the precondition of having the owner of the assets found guilty or necessarily even charged with a crime. Asset forfeiture occurs even when it's just suspicion of foul play and can take place in ongoing investigations where someone may not actually be guilty. No charges or convictions are required. If someone gets their property or assets forfeited and they have not been charged with a crime at all, such as a spouse or partner, the owner is also not entitled to any right of counsel. The overwhelming majority of forfeiture cases actually don't involve criminal charges. So most of the people who have their belongings seized must represent themselves in court, a costly process that, depending on the value of what was seized, may cost more, or depending on their financial circumstances, may not even be an option. Particularly given the data surrounding the disproportionate arrests and incarceration of people of color in Vermont, this program is just one of the many ways in which local government is profiting off of and continuing cycles of economic oppression. There are countless studies connecting crime with poverty, so it makes little sense on any restorative level to deepen this economic distress. And another important thing that I just want to say is that not only does federal law allow forfeiture proceeds to be spent by law enforcement, but equitable sharing rules actually mandate that funds go to law enforcement. So just to clarify, since other callers expressed a desire for these funds to be redirected, there's no ability to redirect funds towards community rehabilitation programs under equitable sharing. Given the financial incentive for law enforcement to increase funding of their departments and the minimal oversight in these programs, we must remove BPD from participation in this program.
Thank you. Our next speaker was Lydia Koch, but Lydia, I could not find you. I did find Mackenzie Murray, and after Mackenzie will be Will Gebhardt. Mackenzie, I've enabled your microphone.
Can you hear me?
Yep, go ahead.
Okay. My name is Mackenzie, and I'm a resident of the Old North End. I'm speaking tonight to stand with the Vermont Racial Justice Alliance in opposition to the Equitable Sharing Program and the Burlington Police Department's participation in said program. Equitable sharing incentivizes the war on drugs and falls in line with other racist police policies and practices. As a community, we have worked hard to pass a moral budget, and continuing to allow the Burlington Police Department to participate in a program that directly benefits them and not the community stands in the face of the progress we've made. I continue to support the Racial Justice Alliance as they work to end systemic racism in Vermont. Black Lives Matter.
Thank you, Mackenzie. Our next speaker will be Will Gebhardt. Will, I've enabled your microphone.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, Will, go ahead.
Awesome. Hi, my name's Will. I'm a white male living in Ward 2, and I'm calling to share my support with the Vermont Racial Justice Alliance in opposing equitable sharing, as it is so called, and the Burlington Police Department's participation in that program. It seems to go directly against the work that's been done to pass a moral budget. It goes against the work that's been done to pass historical racial justice and reparations resolutions. I mean, if we've been having a conversation about defunding police, and this is, I mean, what, earlier before the president spoke of UVM, I mean, Mark Hughes was on the call and he's talking about, I mean, he's on the police commission, right? If not that, he's police commissioner. And he wasn't aware of this program. And so it really speaks to a disconnect and lack of transparency in the police department and their willingness to change. Because if this is something that, again, as it goes in direct sort of opposition to moves that are being made to create a more sustainable and environment, particularly for uplifting BIPOC Vermonters. And it's sort of something that seems to be ushered in backdoor. I mean, not only to, the residents of the community, but to people who are directly working, quote unquote, with the police department to provide oversight. That sounds pretty messed up to me. And then also just to tag on somewhat of a different note, what Lacey Sloan called in about cars being towed without notice being given, and my car was towed with one of those things, and I was definitely not given any notice, and the only reason it was towed was because it had outstanding tickets. So I agree with her too.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Jesse Metzler, and I'll read off a couple other folks who are on the list just so that we know who's on deck. We have Lindsay Foreman, Jeff Nick, Abby German, Lucy German, Annalie Pratt, Zoe Hart, Jessica Shevitz-Rao, Ezra Steinfield, Sonia Buglian-Gluck, Grace Feel, Wyatt Luce, Nell Sather, and Grace Feel. So Jesse, I'm going to come to you and enable your microphone.
Hey there. I'm just calling in to support the ask of the Racial Justice Alliance. Do not participate in the equitable sharing program. This seems, I mean, this is definitely an offshoot of the war on drugs. And it seems if we don't throw it out right away, we should at least scrutinize it heavily. Calling it equitable sharing strikes to me as equitable only for the law enforcement agencies involved. And while it's completely screwing over those being targeted unjustly. Please really please don't let those. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Our next speaker was Lindsay Foreman, but Lindsay, I'm unable to locate you. But after Lindsay is Jeff Nick. Jeff, I've enabled your microphone.
Can you hear me, Max?
You're a little faint. Maybe lean in or adjust the microphone.
All right.
That's better. Go ahead.
Okay. Thanks, everybody. As you know, I'm the chair of the Church Street Marketplace, and I want to bring everybody up to date on what we've been thinking about recently. I did send everybody an email the other day. And as you can imagine, Church Street is in a very precarious position with this virus, and businesses are fighting for their lives down here. One of the keys to the success is to make sure that everyone feels comfortable coming down here, shoppers and visitors alike. And by way of example, we made the effort to limit street performers, just a small measure, but to allow more room for social distancing. We're doing everything we can to improve the business environment. One situation we deal with on a daily basis is a small segment of the population starts drinking at in the early morning, 7 a.m. And this crowd, they tend to crowd the sidewalks in Church Street in groups, typically do not wear masks, do not practice social distancing, often become intoxicated by noon, and a few are frequently driven by the city ambulance to the hospital to detox. And it's very disturbing and unhealthy for both themselves and for our visitors on the marketplace. It's noted as one of our #1 problems down here. The marketplace feels strongly that we should do something about this. One way we could address it is perhaps, and we voted unanimously, the commission the other day, to ask City Council to consider extending the ban on alcohol sales for Class 2 licensees. Those are mini marts, pharmacies, and supermarkets and liquor stores. Currently, they can start selling at 6 a.m. We're suggesting that that should be extended to 10 a.m. Just to really take the liquor out of the hands of folks who really have a problem, and their problems escalate into our problems, and it just becomes a hard situation to deal with. And I think that one measure, by limiting their access to alcohol in the morning, may actually pay dividends. I've talked to individual officers and street outreach workers, and they concur that this would help. So anyway, thanks for your time, and hopefully you'll give that some consideration. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Abby German, to be followed by Lucy German. Abby, I'm enabling your microphone. Abby, it looks like you're muted on your end. Abby German.
Yes, can you hear me now?
Yep, you're good. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, like basically everyone else here, I just want to oppose the Burlington Police Department's participation in equitable sharing. I think that is the most misleading name I've ever heard, since it is basically just theft, organized theft from people of color and poor people. It's morally absolutely wrong and incentivizes the ongoing war on drugs among systematically racist policies and practices by the police. I know that the council has worked really hard in talks with the Racial Justice Alliance and with the people of Burlington about making the city a more racially just place. And I think this would just be completely hypocritical to all of the work that you say that you are on board with. So please heed the Racial Justice Alliance in this. I think it's just absolutely disgusting that this is going on in Burlington and in the rest of the nation. And I think that we can really be an example for the rest of the country in ending this program immediately. Thank you, and I yield my time.
Thank you. All right, our next speaker is Lucy German, to be followed by Annalie Pratt. Lucy, I've enabled your microphone.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, great. I am just calling as well to support the Racial Justice Alliance's call to end this program where police can seize anything that they deem is an asset from someone that they deem is a criminal. As I don't remember her name said, but I heard a lot of people calling for refunding that money. And as one of the contributors to the public forum said, that isn't possible. So it seems like the only thing to do is just pull the Burlington Police Force from this program, because it's just going to make policing more violent. And everything I've heard from the community lately is that we need to defund and divest from the police. So thank you to the Racial Justice Alliance for everything you guys are doing. And thank you to the council people for hearing and heeding our calls. Thanks.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Annalie Pratt, to be followed by Zoe Hart. Annalie, I've enabled your microphone.
Hi, I'd like to voice opposition to the Burlington Police Department's participation in equitable sharing. This is a practice that has helped fuel the ongoing war on drugs, which has disproportionately impacted communities of color. I only very recently learned about the practice of equitable sharing, and as I read about all of its appalling details, I could just picture this happening in many states, but didn't picture it taking place here in Vermont, especially not in Burlington, as naive as I know this is. It was encouraging to see the racial justice and reparations resolutions passed this summer. This was a good step forward, but allowing equitable sharing to continue in Burlington would be a huge step backward. Please do not allow this racist and unjust practice to continue here. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Zoe Hart, to be followed by Jessica Shevitz-Rao. Zoe, I've enabled your microphone.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Zoe Hart. I'm a white cisgendered woman. I use she, her pronouns, and I'm a member of the racial justice team at the First Unitarian Universalist Society of Burlington and a supporting member of the Vermont Racial Justice Alliance. I'm speaking tonight in opposition to the Burlington Police Department's participation in the Federal Department of Justice Equitable Sharing Program, which allows local and state police departments to gain funding from federal forfeiture of property. By allowing funds deriving from law enforcement activity to flow directly back to law enforcement, this program incentivizes local and state police departments to target individuals for financial incentives rather than in the aim of justice. While Vermont's state civil forfeiture law requires that forfeited property be tied by clear and convincing evidence to a criminal conviction, the federal program makes no such requirement, allowing property to be forfeited without even a charge, much less a conviction. Allowing the Burlington Police Department to participate in this federal program allows them to bypass our state law and benefit from the much more lax federal law. While many states require state forfeiture funds to go to the state's general fund, reducing a police department's incentive to engage in action for financial gain, the federal program explicitly requires that 100% of forfeited funds must go to law enforcement, thus ensuring that it is the kind of funding that incentivizes local departments in entirely the wrong way. Civil and federal forfeiture laws have played a significant role in the so-called war on drugs, which has effectively been implemented as a war on people of color. While Burlington is working to implement the recently passed racial justice resolution and to eradicate systemic racism, we should not be allowing the Burlington Police Department to accept this federal money that can so easily and often does lead to abuse. Thank you. Black Lives Matter.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jess Shevitz-Rauch, and that will be followed by Ezra Steinfeld. So, Jess, I've enabled your microphone. Just looks like you should be able to talk. You're unmuted on your end. Still not able to hear you.
Hello?
There you go. Go ahead.
Hi, thank you. My name is Jess Shevitz-Rauch. I'm here to speak in support of the Vermont Racial Justice Alliance. Thank you. With all the injustices in the world as a whole, our country, our state, our city, the equitable sharing practice stands out as morally reprehensible, and it's racist and it's unjust. The City Council and the Mayor have worked hard to pass a moral budget in Burlington and to pass historical racial justice and reparations resolutions. So continuing to allow the Burlington PD to accept equitable sharing stands against any progress we've begun to make against the systemic racism in Burlington. Taking the scaffolding of systemic racism that surrounds our society down piece by piece will take work, and this is the work. So thank you. And I want to honor Breonna Taylor with my statement, and Black Lives Matter. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, our next speaker will be Ezra Steinfeld. And Ezra, I'm enabling your microphone. Go ahead, Ezra.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I just wanted to voice my opposition to equitable sharing as a tactic or as a program that the Burlington Police Department is participating in. I think it would be just unbelievably hypocritical for this council to allow any aspect of the city to benefit or to seize the assets of, statistically speaking, the most vulnerable members of this community and use them as a means to empower the institution that is taking advantage of this group anyway. I mean, it's an incredibly misleading name and a really morally bankrupt system that just has no place in this city or this state or this country. And so I hope that you know what you have to do, and everyone, the majority of other people on this call have also told you what you have to do. And I just hope that you listen to your constituents and you do not allow equitable sharing to happen in Burlington under any circumstances. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Sonia Buglion-Gluck. Sonia, I've enabled your microphone.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Sonia, and I'm a white resident of Essex Junction, Vermont. I'm here tonight to also echo the calls of the Vermont Racial Justice Alliance and voice my support for their continued work to end systemic racism in Vermont. equitable sharing, as has been shared many times tonight, is really in no way equitable, nor really sharing, except among the police. And, you know, it's a law that was enacted in 1984. It's been around for a long time. And as the council members here, I want to thank you all for your work in, you know, and courageous collaboration with the Vermont Racial Justice Alliance, and working to pass the racial justice and reparations resolutions. It's exciting. And also, you know, words are only so much. Like, this is a exact, you know, this is clearly a system that perpetuates racism. And so your efforts to ensure that it doesn't continue are going to have a direct impact on communities of color in Burlington, and particularly Black community members who are disproportionately policed and harmed by the police. And obviously it just doesn't make sense to be taking money from people, particularly when the law allows money to be taken without actually the allegations being verified. And so there's just so much room for bias. And so I hope you will use your positions to fight against this in Burlington. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Grace Field, to be followed by Wyatt Luce. Grace, I'm enabling your microphone.
Hi. Yeah, I just want to echo what everyone else had to say. I also was just thinking, you know, Councillor Hightower and a lot of others did a lot of really wonderful work to pass this and put together this racial justice resolution, and you each, every one of you agreed with that unanimously, and you all passed that resolution, which was really wonderful. But I think that was just the beginning. You know, that's just getting us all to acknowledge what a lot of people have felt is true for a long time, that racism is a health crisis and affects Black and Brown and Indigenous people on all these different levels, and especially systemically. And so I think now that we've all acknowledged what is true, I think now it is your jobs and every single one of us jobs to do something about that. And I think what we all want from you is for you to do whatever is in your power to end this practice that you have heard for 2 hours now is completely reprehensible. So that's all I have to say. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Wyatt Luce, to be followed by Nell Sather. Wyatt, I've enabled your microphone.
All right, thank you. Like most of the other speakers tonight, I would like to address the equitable sharing policy within Vermont. In a state that prides itself on forward thinking, this Reaganist policy from a bygone era of terrorizing the poor has continued to allow the police department to act as a glorified mob. According to Policing for Profit, Vermont earns a C in 15th place for our state forfeiture laws, a disgrace to our state and a disservice to our people, as the police department of Vermont has robbed poor communities of over $13 million through the equitable sharing program between the time period of 2000 to 2015. $13 million taken, almost always from the poor, in a state which counts amongst the costliest to live in. The initial reaction, as many of my fellow speakers have shared, is shock and disgust at the idea that a state which prides itself on progress runs a legal racketeering ring which targets those unable to defend themselves. In 2015, our state government took a step back by further incentivizing police for profit through its policies. But for those who truly wish to end this fight in Vermont, we must speak to its executive government. But in the immediate future, it is up to the city councilors to end this policy of legal robbery. Take action in Burlington and others will follow. Remain stagnant and your seats will be taken from you and given to others whose interests align more with the people when the time comes to vote. I yield my time.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Nell Sather, to be followed by Emma Redden. Nell, I've enabled your microphone.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yep, go ahead.
Cool. Hi, I'm here to support the Racial Justice Alliance and their opposition to equitable sharing in Burlington. As everyone has said tonight, it's just a pretty disgusting program, and I think that it's really, I'm grateful that people are taking this time to voice their opposition to it, and that people are becoming more aware of just all of the ways that racism and classism is ingrained in Vermont society and our world. And I also wanted to talk about a study that came out from the Institute for Justice from last June, which looked at equitable sharing and found that it had no effect on deterring any sort of drug use and didn't have any effect on increasing the rate at which police solve crimes, because some people say that that's one reason for equitable sharing is the more funds to the police can help police with solve crimes. And I don't even support the police in that regard, but if that was the argument, there's all these studies that are finding that it's not even having that impact. So I just think that there's really no point in continuing to have such a heinous program. And I am really excited about this opportunity for the city to stop being involved in it. And I'm really grateful for everyone on this call tonight and for the Racial Justice Alliance for helping to organize people. And I really hope that you listen to all of us. I yield my time.
Thank you. Our final speaker will be Emma Redden. Emma, I'm enabling your microphone.
Hi, I'm calling to join the many other folks who've called tonight and oppose this very strangely titled program of equitable sharing. I'm calling to join the community and the incredible work of the Racial Justice Alliance to ask the City Council that at every turn you make decisions that reject the incredibly deep and pervasive tentacles of white supremacy that try to erode access to resources and safety for people of color specifically, and as well as white folks deeply targeted by classism. Profiting off stolen property, regardless of if that property is legal, incentivizes the police to raid and loot people's homes and lives. White folks with wealth all over the state have massive amounts of drugs and illegal substances and illegally obtained money. And those substances have been excused as medicinal for long before they were legalized. I stand with the Racial Justice Alliance, who unequivocally opposes equitable sharing, as the practice is morally reprehensible and incentivizes the ongoing war on drugs, among other systemically racist policies and practices by the police. I hope you make decisions tonight to eradicate this program and to continue thoughtfully and seriously considering all of the ways that the power y'all have can really meaningfully fight racist and white supremacist policies in our city and our state. Thank you.
Thank you. And that concludes our public forum for tonight. Thank you to everyone for joining us this evening. Very much appreciate your comments. We will now get into our agenda. The next item on the agenda is our climate emergency reports. Did anyone have a climate emergency report that they would like to offer? Mayor Weinberger, go ahead.
Thank you, President Tracy, and thank you everyone who participated in the public forum tonight. We'll be speaking to those topics raised later in the evening. I do want to, at this part of the agenda, speak to an important update in our efforts to fight the climate emergency. On the council's agenda, consent agenda tonight is approval for the Burlington Electric Department to accept a grant award of $550,000 from the U.S. Economic Development Administration. We discussed this grant at the Board of Finance, and there was a unanimous vote to accept it. These grant funds are just another way that we're seeking to secure new resources to help Burlington emerge from the pandemic even stronger and more just community with respect to our climate efforts. BD will use this funding to support both improvements to building ventilation, which will help with our response to the COVID-19 public health emergency, and also to make upgrades to more efficient heating and cooling equipment like cold climate heat pump systems. The grant will be used to support small businesses and nonprofit organizations that are faced with replacing, failing, or near end-of-life equipment with more efficient equipment. And these funds will also be distributed in a way that includes targeted outreach to BIPOC-owned businesses. In Burlington, we are pursuing an ambitious and strategic approach, as you all know, to the climate emergency. And this is just another way that we are pushing to electrify everything and address climate change through that approach. Thanks for the chance to share that, President Tracy, tonight.
Appreciate that, Mayor. Anyone else with a climate emergency report to offer? Okay, seeing none, we'll move on to our consent agenda. And Councillor Pine, you had indicated a desire to divide the consent agenda so that we can deal with that. So Councillor Pine, I'll recognize you.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would just ask maybe a little guidance, but I'll suggest what I think is the way to go about doing this. And if it's not, either you or the city attorney can correct me. I need to request, I'd like to remove item 5.14 and place it perhaps after the consent agenda is deliberated or decided. And then also remove item 5.15 entirely from tonight's agenda for possible future consideration at another council meeting.
Okay. Attorney Blackwood, is that a correct motion in your mind?
I think it will work. Yes.
Okay.
I think we had talked about dividing the question as another route to go, but I mean, I think you have the agenda, you've adopted the agenda, that it's there. So I think probably that would be this works as well.
Okay.
And if I could just explain that the reason for removing 5.15 is the property owner that's connected to that resolution requested that item be pulled off of tonight's agenda for some reason. So that was and then 5.14 was that I have engaged in some consulting work with a organization which would benefit from this change, and I want to avoid the appearance of a potential conflict of interest.
Okay, great. Thank you for that, Councillor Pine. So we will vote on that as the entity of how that is the process of how we're going to do it, and then we will vote on on the consent agenda, and then the item that Councillor Pine indicated would be separate. So I just wanted to clarify that we'll have 3 different votes on that. So if folks right now we're voting on that process that Councillor Pine outlined. So Councillor Pine has made a motion. Is there a second to that motion? Seconded by Councillor Shannon. Any discussion? Hearing none, we'll go to a vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, that passes unanimously. We'll now vote on the consent agenda without absent item 5.14, which we'll deal with after this. So may I please have a motion on that? Moved by Councillor Shannon. Is there a second? Seconded by Councillor Freeman. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? That passes unanimously. Now we'll deal with item 5.14, that item that was taken off. May I please have a motion on that? Noting that Councillor Pine is recused. Moved by Councillor Shannon. Seconded by Councillor Mason. Any discussion? Seeing none, we'll go to a vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes unanimously. We've now gotten through our consent agenda, and we are on to deliberative. We have already gone through the communication regarding UVM update from President Garamella. After that, we have an appointment, but before we do that, we also have a mayor presiding meeting that also has several other appointments. So I would like to recess this meeting, go to that meeting to take care of those appointments before coming back to this meeting So we'll stay in the same Zoom, everybody, and we'll just continue on. But Mayor Weinberger will run that meeting dealing with those particular appointments to boards and commissions. So I'll give folks a chance to switch over and then hand it over to Mayor Weinberger to run that meeting, as that is his jurisdiction.
Great, thank you, President Tracy. I'm going to call to order the City Council with Mayor presiding at 9:36 p.m. and would ask for a motion regarding to adopt the agenda. Councilor Shannon, you're muted. Councilor Shannon, please unmute yourself.
Sorry about that. I was in the other window. I move to adopt the agenda with the following amendment: to rescind Chris Cadju's application for agenda item 3.04 per Chris Cadju.
Thank you. And is that a second by Councilor Stromberg? Excellent. Any further discussion of the agenda? All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? We have an agenda, and that will bring us to the consent agenda. And I would welcome a motion to adopt the consent agenda and take the action indicated. Councilor Mason. Yeah, you're muted now. Councilor Mason, we still can't hear you.
Sorry, so moved. I would move to adopt the consent agenda, take the actions indicated.
Thank you, Councilor Mason. Second by Councilor Pine. Discussion of the consent agenda motion. Seeing none, we'll go to a vote. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? The motion carries unanimously. And that brings us now to the board and commission appointments. We have 4 of them on this agenda. The first is agenda item 3.01, which is for the Conservation Board for a term that expires on June 30th, 2021. So less than a year from now. The floor is open for nominations. Councilor Hanson.
Sure, thanks. I will nominate Emma Scott for the Conservation Board.
Thank you. Are there any additional nominations? Councilor Jang. Councilor Jang, you're muted.
I would like to nominate Victoria Helwig for the board.
Excellent. I would ask for help here if are either of the nominees in attendance and wishing to speak briefly about their nomination. President Tracy.
I'm not able to find either Victoria or Emma.
Okay.
On the Zoom, on the attendees list at this time.
Great. I am looking at the list too and agree. If I will just make clear to these applicants or others that are expecting to be nominated shortly, if you could help us out, if you'd like to be recognized and would like to share some remarks before the vote on these nominations, please use the raise hand function so that will help us identify you. Still not seeing any raised hands. We'll go close the floor for nominations and ask the councilors if there's any further discussion about this decision regarding the Conservation Board. Okay, seeing no hands, we'll go to a vote, and I'll call out the nominees in the order nominated. So first, please. Councilor Attorney Blackwood, remind me how you want us to do this here.
Yeah, I think you have to do it by roll call. So I would have the, since you have two nominees, I would just have the counselors state one or the other of the nominees
Okay.
when their name is called.
All right, very good. So we will call the roll, and hopefully everyone heard the instructions. Please state either Spett or Helwig when your name is called.
Carpenter,
Helwig.
Counselor Jang,
Elwig.
Counselor Freeman,
Spett.
Counselor Hanson,
Spett.
Counselor Hightower,
Spett.
Counselor Mason,
Helwig.
Counselor Paul,
Helwig.
Counselor Paulino,
Elwig.
Counselor Pine,
Spett.
Counselor Shannon,
Helwig.
Counselor Strongberg,
Spett.
City Council President Tracy,
Spett.
and Mayor Murrow Weinberger.
Helwig.
Seven for Helwig and 6 for Spett.
All right. Thank you, Lori. Congratulations to Victoria Helwig. Thank you for your service. I want to also thank Emma Spett for her application and say what we always say, but we always mean it on nights like this. We are very fortunate to have so many individuals that are interested in serving on boards. That is not the case with most Vermont volunteer boards. Thank you for your interest and hope you will consider applying again. Many of our long-serving board members applied more than once before they were appointed, and we do appreciate everyone who stepped forward to stand up and serve the city. I'm going to go next to 3.02, the Development Review Board for a term that is expiring June 30th, 2022. The floor is open for nominations. Councilor Hightower.
I would like to nominate Caitlin Halpert.
Thank you. Are there any additional nominations? Any additional nominations? Not seeing any hands, I will close the floor to nominations, and I do see that Caitlin is with us and has raised her hand. Someone could enable her mic. Here she comes.
Hi, my name is Caitlin Halpert, and I am, really excited to be considered for this position on the Development Review Board. And I think that I can bring a unique perspective coming from being a homeowner in Burlington, and also just making sure that any of our rules and regulations get applied equitably, applying the same rules to everyone who comes before the board.
Great. Thank you, Caitlin, for your interest and for joining us and sharing those thoughts. I'll go back to the council now, and I think we'll do this by voice vote since there's only one nominee. I will ask if everyone, if it's a unanimous vote, we don't need to do the roll. So all those in favor of appointing Caitlin Halpert to the Development Review Board, please say aye.
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 Are there any opposed? That appears to me to be unanimous. Congratulations, Caitlin. Thank you. Thank you for your service and for stepping up on this critical board. We will now go to 3.03. This is a fire commission appointment for a term that expires on June 30th, 2022. And I see Councilor Freeman is ready to nominate someone. Go ahead, Councilor Freeman.
Actually, I just had a point of order. Would I please be able to recuse myself from this due to a conflict? I've never recused myself, so I don't really know how it works, but is that just all I need to do?
Yep, I think that satisfies the city attorney. You're all set. Thank you. You might want to turn off your mic or turn off your camera just so you're not participating in this deliberation. The floor is open for nominations for the Fire Commission. Councilor Mason.
Thank you, Mayor Weinberger. I'd like to nominate Kevin McLaughlin.
Thank you. Are there any additional nominations? Councilor Jang.
I would like to nominate Nairi Miles.
Thank you. I'm looking at the attendees list. Are either of the nominees, well, sorry, first of all, are there any additional nominations? Seeing none, I will close the floor nominations now. Are either of the nominees, Kevin McLaughlin or Nairi Miles, are either of you with us and interested in speaking to the council before the vote? I'm not seeing any raised hands. Oh, yep. Again, if you are interested, please raise your hand. Are you seeing any raised hands? No, I'm not. Okay, so with that, we will, again, to possible future nominees, if you are interested in getting in the queue, please raise your hands early. Back to the council now. Any discussion on this appointment? Councilor Mason.
Thank you, Mayor Weinberger. I'll just, both of these candidates came before the full commission in April. Mr. Sheriff was up for Fire Commission. Ms. Miles was then applying for Police Commission. Both were incumbents and both were removed as, you know, because there were many qualified applicants. I know Sheriff McLaughlin was, you know, a longstanding member of the Fire Commission, attended every meeting and was a valuable contributor. So I look forward to this opportunity to potentially put him back on. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Mason. Any further discussion? Okay, we will go to a vote, and we will have, I believe, 12 people voting here, and it will take 7 votes for a nominee to be confirmed. And we will do the process the same way as before. The clerk will call the roll, and please state either McLaughlin or Miles clearly when it gets to be your turn. With that, go ahead, Lori.
Councilor Carpenter.
Miles.
Councilor Jang.
Miles.
Councilor Hanson.
McLaughlin.
Councilor Hightower.
McLaughlin.
Councilor Mason.
McLaughlin.
Councilor Paul.
McLaughlin.
Councilor Paulino. Councilor Paulino.
McLaughlin. Sorry.
Thank you. Councilor Pine.
McLaughlin.
Councilor Shannon.
McLaughlin.
Councilor Strongberg.
McLaughlin.
City Council President Tracy.
Miles.
Mayor Weinberger.
McLaughlin.
Nine for McLaughlin, 3 for Miles, 1 recusal.
So thank you to both applicants. Congratulations to Kevin McLaughlin. Thank you for your continued service, longstanding service to the city on this board, and to Nairi Miles. She also has served the city for years, and thank you, Nairi, for your interest. Okay, we have one final nomination appointment on this agenda, 3.04. This is a appointment to the Parks and Recreation Commission for the term expiring June 30th, 2022. The floor is open for nominations. Councilor Stromberg.
Thank you. I'd like to nominate Nate Lantieri.
Thank you, Councilor Stromberg. Are there any additional nominations? Councilor Mason.
Thank you, Mayor Weinberger. I'd like to nominate Alec Bauer.
Thank you. Are there any additional nominations?
Yep.
Councilor Jang.
I would like to nominate Paul Olson.
Thank you, Councilor Jang. Are there any additional nominations? Okay. I'm going to close the floor to nominations, not seeing any further hands. I'm now looking at the attendees list. And again, if any of the three nominees would like to speak, please raise your hand. I see that Nate Lantieri has done so. And so we'll turn the microphone over to him in a moment. I do just want to say to Paul Olson and to Alec Bauer, if you are with us, if you could try to raise your hand shortly too, if you want to speak, that will help us identify you. Nate, welcome. Go ahead. Looks like you need to unmute yourself. There you go.
Yeah, that's kind of tricky. Thanks, everybody. Thanks for having me tonight. And I'm really pretty thankful to receive the nomination to potentially serve on the Parks and Rec Commission for the coming 2 years. I'm really excited by the opportunity to continue giving back to this community. It's given me so much. And, I really want to continue to be able to be an active part of it, and serving on a commission seems like a really great way to continue to do so. As a lot of you may know, I was a former city employee, and not only that, but I also wrote like a 100-page report on Burlington's planning system, and the planned BTV system, and the parks master plan that's a part of that is a pretty crucial part of it. So, I'm really excited by the opportunity to step into this commission in particular. The Parks Network is one of the ways that we really see on a day-to-day level that the city has the ability to interact with and create spaces where primarily Burlington residents are going to be. And I'm really hopeful that I'll be able to be a part of the team that's, making sure that those spaces are accessible for everybody, that they are programmed well for the future, and that they are used creatively as we're moving forward into this kind of new era that we're in. So thank you, everybody. I hope to receive your support tonight and be in touch soon. Thank you.
Thank you, Nate. I'm not seeing Alec or Paul raising their hands at this point. So unless that changes momentarily, I will hand it back to the council. Is there any further discussion regarding the three nominees? Councilor Mason.
Thank you, Mayor Weinberger. I was pleased to put Alec Bauer's name in nomination. Alec's a Ward 5 resident who lives on Locust, adjacent to Callahan Park. I've had the privilege of working with Alec both as a Ward 5 NPA steering committee member, also served on the Housing Board of Review, and I would say has been an active citizen who's reached out on a number of issues, offered a very unique perspective in terms of development and the safe routes to school as it related to Callahan Park, and think he would be a valuable contribution to the Parks and Rec Committee if he were put on this board. So thank you.
Great, thank you, Councilor Mason. Further discussion? All right, so I believe unless the city attorney suggests otherwise, we should keep the same process. It's a little bit more complicated, obviously, with three names, but I think we can just basically, when it gets to your turn, please state one of the three last names. So that, again, that's Lantieri, Bauer, or Olson. All right, everybody clear? We will call the roll.
Councilor Carpenter.
Bauer.
Councilor Jang.
Nate. Lantieri.
Thank you. Councilor Freeman.
Lantieri.
Councilor Hanson.
Lantieri.
Councilor Hightower.
Lantieri.
Counselor Mason,
Bauer.
Counselor Paul,
Bauer.
Counselor Paulino,
Bauer.
Counselor Pine,
Lentieri.
Counselor Shannon,
Bauer.
Counselor Strongberg,
Lantieri.
City Council President Tracy,
Lantieri.
Mayor Weinberger,
Bauer.
six for Bauer and seven for Lantieri.
Congratulations to Nate Lantieri. Thank you for your interest in service, and thank you. Good luck with your appointment, and to Alec Bauer, Paul Olson, as well as several other qualified candidates who applied for this position. I repeat my thank you and urge you to consider staying involved in another way. There'll be many opportunities in the months ahead. So with that, I believe we are complete. We are done with the City Council with Mayor presiding agenda, and if there's no objection, I will adjourn this body at 9:57 p.m. and hand it back to you, President Tracy.
Thank you, Mayor Weinberger. We'll pick back up with our deliberative agenda, which is item 6.02. We had just had one more appointment for Green Mountain Transit Board alternate, term expiring 6/30/22. I'm going to go ahead and open the floor to nominations. Unless Councilor Freeman, are you looking? Go ahead, Councilor Freeman.
Thank you. I just wanted to recuse myself as well from this.
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you for letting us know. We will have Councilor Freeman recused for this vote. I will now open the floor to nominations. Councilor Jang.
I would like to nominate Nairi Miles.
Thank you, Councilor Jang. Are there any further nominations? Councilor Hanson.
Yeah, I'll nominate Thomas Darenthal, please.
Okay, thank you. Are there any further nominations? Okay, seeing none, I will go ahead and close nominations. Again, as we've done with the other prior folks who had applied for those other appointments, if you are on the call and are interested in addressing the board, please use the raise hand function now, and I will recognize you. I'm not seeing people who I know for sure are either of those applicants. So seeing none, not seeing that, we will go back to the council. Does the council have any further comments to make on either of the nominees? Councilor Jang, go ahead.
Yes. So 90 Miles was a commissioner at the Burlington Police Department, and she served one term. And as you all probably know, she had some issues, and it was specifically about attendance. And I think she worked proactively to come back and to be accurately attending the meetings and also participating. And she's also a person of color, especially a woman. And as you know, she was voted out, but she did not choose to stay home. She wants to come back and serve the city. And I think it is welcome to have people of color, especially women of color, given the opportunity to serve this city in this capacity. And I hope that the council will consider supporting her application. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Jang. Is there further comments from the council? Councilor Hightower, go ahead.
I just wanted to say I don't know either one of the applicants personally. I do remember and took notes on Thomas Darenthal during the last round of interviews and was generally impressed by his the way he presented himself and some of the critical thinking he'd done around the airport.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Hightower. Any further comments about the nominees from council? Okay, Seeing none, we will then go to a vote. Given that we have two nominees, we will have the clerk call the roll, and if you could just say either Miles or Darenthal in order to signify your vote, that would be really great. Thanks. Lori, could you please call the roll?
Counselor Carpenter,
Miles.
Counselor Jang,
Miles.
Counselor Counselor Hanson,
Darenthal.
Counselor Hightower,
Darenthal.
Counselor Mason,
Darenthal.
Counselor Paul,
Darenthal.
Counselor Paulino.
Councilor Paulino, I don't know.
Darenthal.
Thank you.
Sorry, I'm using an earpiece.
Counselor Pine,
Darenthal.
Counselor Shannon,
Darenthal.
Counselor Strongberg,
Miles.
City Council President Tracy,
Darenthal.
three for Miles, and 8 for Darenthal, 1 recusal.
Thank you. So Tom Darenthal is will be serving as the alternate for the Green Mountain Transit Board. I want to also encourage Mary Miles, who I know has served on the commissions before, to continue to apply. Very much appreciated your application as well. And we will now move on to the rest of our deliberative agenda. We have item 6.03, which is a Burlington Code of Ordinances Enforcement and Penalties. May I please have a motion, Councilor Mason?
Thank you, President Tracy. I'd like to make a motion to waive the second reading, adopt the ordinance, and ask for the floor back for a brief introduction after a second.
We have a motion from Councilor Mason. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilor Hanson. Go ahead, Councilor Mason.
Thank you, President Tracy. To remind those who served before and to bring the new councilors up to speed with COVID, it's been a while since this was referred out of Ordinance Committee back in February. This was a first read at the end of last year. This was an amendment that was brought forth by Councilor Busher after hearing from former Assistant City Attorney Bergman. This is an attempt to try and remedy or create a tiered approach to housing violations. This arose out of a problem that Attorney Bergman had based on an inability to make criminal a refusal to comply with an order of a housing official. These are technical changes, but again, the intent is to remedy what Gene perceived as a drafting error and basically make it a criminal violation for someone to flout an order of a housing official. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Mason. Is there further comments on this ordinance? Seeing none, we'll go to a vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, that passes unanimously. Thank you for introducing that, Councilor Mason. And we will now go to item 6.04, which is a increase in the solid waste generation tax for fiscal year 2021. Councilor Pine, may I please have a motion?
Sure, thank you, Mr. President. I would move adoption of the ordinance as proposed. I would actually add the language to waive the rules and place this resolution in all stages of passage, and request the floor back after.
Okay, we have a motion from Councilor Pine. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilor Jang. Councilor Pine, you have the floor.
It might surprise you to know this, but I was the one of the mayor's appointees in 1986 to serve on the recycling task force that came up with this recycling system we have in Burlington. I then sponsored the resolution making recycling mandatory, and I got some grief from people, including the local newspaper at the time, but times have changed, and I think we're all acknowledging this is a part of our life, and in order to reduce our impact on this planet, we need to do everything that's possible. And our recycling program is excellent, and it is reached the point now where this adjustment in the budget is necessary, and without this, we will have financial constraints for operating the recycling program. So I hope the council will unanimously support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pine. Are there any further councillors looking to be recognized on this item? Okay, seeing none, I appreciate that. And thank you for making that motion. We will now go to a vote. So all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, that passes unanimously. So we have now passed that. Appreciate see the DPW staff on there. Thank you for being patient with us today and being willing and available to answer any questions that folks had. I know sometimes that we do have questions, other times we don't. So appreciate you being here nevertheless. That brings us to our next item on the agenda, which is a resolution, removal of Everyone Loves a Parade mural, repair of wall, and restoration of Rainforest mural. Councillor Paul, may I please have a motion on that?
Thanks. I'd like to move the resolution, waive the reading, and ask for the floor back after a second.
We have a motion by Councillor Paul, seconded by Councillor Jang. Councillor Paul, you have the floor back.
Great, thanks very much. So on August 12th, a couple of weeks ago, PACC met to carry out its part in the resolution that we passed 11-1 back in May regarding the Everyone Loves a Parade mural. In the resolution in May, there were 3 directives. The first was to ask the city attorney to reach out to the artist, Pierre Hardy, and advise him of the city's intention to remove or cover the mural. And that's part of our agreement with the artist. We then have to give Mr. Hardy 90 days to respond if he so chooses. That 90 days will expire tomorrow, actually maybe even today, depending on how you count it, but at least by tomorrow. And it appears as though we're going to be able to move forward with the next directive of the resolution, which was for the council to work together with city departments to remove or cover the mural, and if moved, to bring it to a suitable location in the city for storage by August 31st. That was the purpose of the PACC meeting on August 12th. We heard a presentation from city staff in collaboration with a lot of several departments, councilors, to remove the mural by August 31st. Want to thank BCA, particularly Assistant Director Sarah Katz, who did the research to find a qualified firm to be able to remove the 60 panels from the wall safely and appropriately and transport them and then store them. They are going to be stored, if we approve this, at no cost by the airport for an unspecified time. We own those panels, and so it is up to us how long we wish to keep them. Linst Historic Restoration is a company who did some of the work on the mural when it was damaged, and they are a qualified, reputable company, and they gave us a quote of $12,500 to do all that work. Then, after the mural is off the wall, there are wood strappings, wood planks that line the wall, and a lot of screw holes to secure the panels. Until we've taken off the mural, we're not really going to know what the extent of that work is. Linz is willing to give us a quote for that, but not until the mural is removed. Underneath the screw holes and the wood is a mural, the Rainforest mural that was created and done by Gina Carrera. And she was at the PACC meeting along with Meyer Dana, who is the owner of the building. We listened to Ms. Carrera give us tell us about her journey in creating the mural, the work that she undertook to bring the mural to life, and the sense of loss that she had from seeing the mural covered. And I think it's important to note that while you know, she could have come to the city very, very even bitter about what had happened to her mural, and really from a place of darkness. She is excited to restore her mural after the repairs are done and is looking forward to doing that. So the plan, if we approve this, and the plan that was approved by the PACC unanimously, was to have Linz remove the Everyone Loves a Parade mural and transport it to the Burlington airport by August 31st. Then an estimate would be done by Linz, and the city would negotiate an agreement with Linz or a suitable partner to have the work commence as soon as possible. After that, there would be a need. It is highly likely that there will be a need for repainting and repairing the Rainforest mural. And Ms. Carrera has agreed to do that work. We will then be asking her for an estimate of the cost of restoring the mural. The city will negotiate an agreement with her, including not only paying for her materials, but also for her time. And it's hoped that all of that will be done by the 30th of September. In the meantime, during the month of September, the PACC will meet to report back to the council by September 30th. That was the other directive in the resolution. And the resolution asks that we agree to allocate $25,000 for the removal, storage, transportation of the Everyone Loves a Parade mural, with the remaining funds to complete the other steps that are outlined. And if it turns out that more is needed, then clearly we would come back to the council. And the last thing I just wanted to mention is that there is a resolve clause that the city council thanks Ms. Carrera for her willingness to work with the city and is very appreciative that she is able to restore the Rainforest mural. I hope that the resolution will get our unanimous support. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Paul, for that introduction. Are there other councillors wishing to be recognized to speak on this item? Councillor Jane, go ahead.
Thank you, President Tracy. I think it will be important also to try to go back a little bit about this mural and where we are currently with this issue. I think from commissioning it to unveiling it to the community and then receive so many protests. And there are people such as Alberta Petrarca. I think he has shown so much leadership, hard work, and commitment. And he's been doing it alone for so long. And it is now that so many people are starting now to rally behind his idea when no one believed in it. They all thought it's a beautiful, let's just leave it here. I think other people such as Leah Turner from the New North End, they has been also very incredible. They never missed any meetings. They rallied people up to come to speak to city councils about how the way in which this mural is hurting people of color. And I want to thank also the council, because I have seen so much growth from the first time we had a policy to remove it to now. People have grown so much. To the last PACC meeting, members of PACC, Councillor Paul, Councillor Shannon, and I, we voted unanimously to support this resolution. Other people also, such as Jeff Nick, who is a commissioner, the chair of the Church Street Marketplace Commission, and also Kara, who's a director of Church Street Marketplace, who inherited this issue. And I think everyone now felt good, and we should be all tap our backs. And to remind people also, this issue is not over. We're talking specifically about removing the mural. What's next? And a piece of art was even created. It's called the mural. That only listening it, it was beautifully put together, right? And I think the mural itself, it's not ending here. It's not ending from removing Everyone Love the Parade, repatching Gina Correra's mural, who also we need to thank so much for years of silence and just ignorance, right? But I think it is important to also thank her. What is next will be up to all of us. And I hope, like Councillor Paul said, we all support this to move us forward to the right direction. Thank you to the Mayor Weinberger as well for his leadership and also his ability to listen and also to follow what the community and the council want to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jang. Are there further comments from councillors? Okay, seeing none, we'll go to a vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, that passes unanimously. We will now move to our final item on the deliberative agenda, which was a communication from Acting Chief of Police Murad regarding the equitable sharing program and certification. This is a communication, so I will, do we have someone from BPD on with us this evening can speak to this item? See Chief, okay. Chief Murad.
Yes, I can, thank you, Council President.
Thank you, go ahead, Chief Murad.
Thank you again for having me, for letting me be, a part of this discussion tonight. This is not a secret program. It is a transparent program. It's on the agenda and it has been for years. It is something that we have been participating in for years. Equitable sharing applies to predatory, dangerous criminals. These are long-term, multi-layer, multi-partner investigations that involve numerous levels of judicial review. We're talking about human trafficking. We're talking about sex crimes. We're talking about drug traffickers, not people who are caught up by addiction. One caller noted that this program further victimizes the most vulnerable, and that simply is not who we are talking about. We are talking about people who are enterprise weight drug dealers, people who have victimized our community, people who have brought in significant quantities of drugs and are the source of victimizing our most vulnerable neighbors. This city has had great success in understanding that there is a real difference between treatment and enforcement, that enforcement is not the only solution, that the future is not in handcuffs when it comes to defeating the opioid epidemic or drug use in general. It has pioneered the CompStat model that was created by the mayor. It has essentially decriminalized possession of buprenorphine because it recognizes that bupe is a tool for people to get free of much worse addictions. And it has pushed hard for other parts of the state apparatus to understand that treatment is the key. However, it has also understood always that a component of this has to be enforcement as well. These are illegal substances. They cause incredible harm to our community. And for the people who bring it into our community in weights and amounts that are felonious and are consistent with entrepreneurial trafficking, there have to be consequences. Our work as a drug unit here at the BPD and our work as part of a task force with federal partners is geared towards that level of connection. And some council members have had one-on-one discussions with me, have had instances in which your constituents come forward asking for levels of enforcement that we do not do in this city, because our enforcement is directed at not street level usage, not street level dealing, but rather long-term conspiracies where we can find that level of trafficking. And for our federal engagements, it is also something that allows us to partake in equitable sharing. One caller noted that if I'm correct in my understanding, it allows police to take property without that person having been convicted of a crime. That speaker was not correct in that person's understanding. Forfeiture follows criminal cases and convictions. There are extreme circumstances where it may be done earlier than that, but that is not our experience. It is not the way the Burlington Police Department uses it. Asset forfeiture for mere suspicion is simply untrue. People have called it theft in these conversations today. That is simply untrue. The funds or the items forfeited must have a direct nexus to the crime at hand. And the police don't make those determinations. Federal attorneys do, with checks and balances. Equitable sharing removes the tools of the crime from criminals who have committed crimes, significant crimes. Equitable sharing recovers property to compensate victims. And in fact, victim compensation is by decree a top priority for the program. It is pursuant to the Crime Victims' Rights Act and Mandatory Victims Restitution Act. The law itself and equitable sharing itself complies with the Civil Rights Act, with Title IX, with the Rehabilitation Act of 1973 and the Age Discrimination Act of 1975. It is pursued with great numbers of checks and balances and a tremendous amount of oversight. Furthermore, there is a component to this opposition that seems unclear on whether it is opposition to the program or punitive to the police. Because speakers vacillate between saying don't take the money at all or take the money and give it to us. But as one caller noted, equitable sharing funds must be used for law enforcement purposes that directly supplement law enforcement operations. In sum, and then I'm happy to take questions from all of you because I think that additional information about this program is something that's lacking. It's lacking from some of the callers, and I'm happy to fill in the gaps if possible. But in sum, the call to discard this program while earnest is uninformed. At least I'm hopeful that it is, because I find it hard to believe that people are possibly thinking that investigating, trying, convicting, and incarcerating criminals like Stephen Bedell, who coerced women into sex acts in order to pay drug debts, Mike Blow, who also trafficked women as well as drugs, Mike Olson, who ran a large drug ring and trafficked kilo weight out of a false front business, or Gary DeLima and his partner who trafficked children from New York, as well as drugs, that working to investigate these people, to try them, to convict them, to incarcerate them, and then taking from them the proceeds of their crimes in order to make victims whole and for equitable sharing is a bad thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Murad. I have Councillor Paulino to be followed by Councillor Freeman. Councillor Paulino, go ahead.
Hi, President Tracy. Yeah, so I raised my hand before Chief Murad said something that I think I wanted him to just point out, which is the nexus piece. So the money seized has to be proven to have a nexus. So in other words, I'll put it to him this way. If you arrest someone for a DUI and they have $1,000 in small denomination bills in their wallet, there would be no nexus to the money found and the crime charge. Is that a fair hypothetical, let's say?
That is correct.
And I think we heard a lot about the name, but the name, I think, refers to the way the money is distributed. In other words, a multi-agency process. So we can either participate or not. And whatever money we don't, it would go to our share would then, I guess, be redistributed to the same other municipalities in the state.
That is also correct. Our share, and I do have the amounts, they were, I believe, component of the letter that was provided, but our share is predicated on actually the hours of participation of our officer who is tasked to that task force.
And so those are the 2 points that I felt were really important for people to be aware of. So that's all I had, President Tracy.
Thank you, Councillor Paulino. Councillor Freeman.
Thank you. I'm going to read so that we can be all on the same page from Michelle Alexander, the new Trim Curl. So one moment, actually. So it was not until 1984 when Congress amended the federal law to allow federal law enforcement agencies to retain and use any and all proceeds from asset forfeitures and to allow state and local police agencies to retain up to 80% of assets value that this issue really started to occur. Suddenly, police departments were capable of increasing the size of their budgets quite substantially simply by taking the cash, cars, and homes of people suspected of drug use or sales. Property or cash could be seized based on mere suspicion of illegal drug activity, and the seizure could occur without notice or hearing upon an ex parte showing showing of mere probable cause to believe that the property had somehow been involved in a crime. The probable cause showing could be based on nothing more than hearsay, innuendo, or even the paid self-serving testimony of someone with interest clearly adverse to the property owner. Neither the owner of the property nor anyone else need be charged with a crime, much less found guilty of one. Indeed, a person could be found innocent of any criminal conduct and the property could still be subject to forfeiture. Once the property was seized, the owner had no right of counsel and the burden was placed on to prove the property's innocence. Because those who were targeted were typically poor or of moderate means, they often lacked the resources to hire an attorney or pay the considerable court costs. As a result, most people who had their cash or property seized did not challenge the government's actions, especially because the government would retaliate by filing criminal charges, baseless or not. So that's my understanding of this policy. I don't understand, Chief Murad, your description of it does not seem compatible with the scholarship and work of Michelle Alexander, who wrote about it fairly extensively on a section in the New Jim Crow. And my question and why I pulled this off the consent agenda was actually to ask the mayor's administration, Mayor Weinberger, why the administration has chosen to continue to participate in this program.
Mayor Weinberger, are you able to answer that question?
President Tracy, I'd like Chief Murad to respond to the description and describe there and reconcile that with the program as it is administered and exists today, because my understanding is there are substantial differences.
Okay, well, Mayor, the question is for you. Are you saying you don't want to answer the question?
I'm saying that my understanding of the program is very different than what as administered here in Burlington. For example, the idea that this is being used to dramatically increase the police department's budget. As she just read, we're talking about an average of $100,000 a year as on budgets that, as has been pointed out, are in excess of $15 million a year. It's not being used in that way described. I think there are other differences as well. So in terms of why we're continuing to consider supporting something that has been a longstanding program in the city, I think I need Chief Murad to respond to some of the kind of factual basis raised there.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Weinberger. Councilor Freeman, you still have the floor.
Okay, maybe Chief Murad can answer or whoever afterward. So basically, the ACLU came out in opposition to this policy in 2016. They called for the full abolition of it, or rather to eliminate the program. It was temporarily suspended and then reinstated in 2016. I think the ACLU's points are really good and really clear on this, and that's why I'm hoping that we can move to no longer participating in this. The idea that the source of law enforcement funding, no matter what the amount, whether it's $5, $100,000, or $5 million, should not be tied to property seized by law enforcement, because it's not appropriate to give police and prosecutors an incentive to seize people's property. And so equitable sharing violates principles of due process. It threatens our personal property and our civil rights. And I agree that this program should be eliminated. And if I still have the floor, I would like to quickly ask the city attorney what action would be taken, whether it be by the council or by the administration, to no longer participate in this program, and whether that could be done effective immediately once that action was taken, or whether we are legally bound by the current sort of, I guess, year renewal, I'm guessing, is what we are currently signed up for at this point, or agreed to.
Attorney Blackwood, are you able to speak to Councilor Freeman's question?
Sorry, could you, I didn't quite follow your question.
That's okay. I'm just wondering, what could the council take an action, and could it be effective immediately to discontinue participation in this program?
I think from my reading of it, there is a process we can go through to end participation in the program. We notify the federal agency, and then there are arrangements about what happens with the remaining funds in the program. I don't know how immediate it is. I haven't looked into that, but we certainly can do that.
Okay, thank you for clarifying.
All set, Counselor? Okay, I have Counselor Hightower to be followed by Counselor Mason. Go ahead, and Counselor Carpenter. Go ahead, Counselor Hightower.
Yeah, I think I have to follow. I also was not aware that the city was doing this, but as a fairly new counselor, haven't necessarily seen all of the documentation. I'm also reading things such as on the Harvard Law Review saying that it does not necessarily require conviction. That Supreme Court Justice Thomas has signaled that certain types of forfeiture may be unconstitutional. Nevertheless, the Trump administration has fortified the practice by expanding equitable sharing, a program that undermines state reforms by financially including local law enforcement to work with federal authorities and forfeit property pursuant to federal procedures. So I don't necessarily find the federal piece of it that comforting, given some of these findings, which is from 2018 in the Harvard Law Review. So I think it's probably not unexpected that I'm also pretty concerned about the program. However, we may think Burlington exceptionalism implements it differently. There's clearly a wide body of literature that has serious concerns about this as an effective practice, this as an constitutional practice, and would also be very supportive of the council finding ways to mitigate this practice. I would rather see the Burlington Police Department look at some of this and find ways to exit the program on their own. But yeah, I think that's my statement.
Thank you, Counselor Hightower. I have Counselor Mason to be followed by Counselor Carpenter. Counselor Mason.
Thank you, President Tracy. First, I have a question, I think, for Chief Murad. I want to make clear, even if we were to end our participation in the equitable sharing agreement, my understanding is all that means, we would still be involved in joint investigations and criminal, prosecutions. What we would be ending would be a potential revenue share back for any forfeited funds. Is that correct, or do I have it incorrect?
That's correct. We would not. We would still work with federal partners. Federal partners have been instrumental in a number of high-profile investigations here. They were instrumental in tracking. They're instrumental in tracking down wanted persons. We use our federal partnerships all the time.
So in essence, all we would be doing, the funds would not flow to BPD. They would still be available, and I'm assuming would just go to the other participants in that sharing pool. That's
correct.
Okay.
All the other agencies in the state that participate in this would continue to participate in it.
Understood. Thank you for that, Chief. That's what I thought. So despite what I get the sense from some on the council and some callers that there's a belief that if we just pull out of this agreement, that will solve the problem. And the problem, I guess, as some have couched it, is this disproportionately impacts BIPOC members, and also a concern that the funds are not being utilized to benefit those communities. I'm trying to figure out on the fly how we develop a process, because I'm hearing conflicting information, people reading from a book versus what, the chief is articulating. I'm confident there are rules, regulations, and law that will dictate, answers to some of these questions. We just don't have them right now. I'm also would be curious in getting a better sense of, of the $100,000 from this year, what type of cases, what were the cases that those dollars flowed from? Because on the one hand, I'm hearing, this is street level crime from some callers, and the chief is telling a very different story. These are high profile sex traffickers and drug traffickers. And my belief is that may impact or at least as a counselor, I'd like to have that information before I make an informed decision about whether to end this program or not. I'm not sure how to, now having said that, I don't know how to carry that forward. This resolution is nothing. It's a communication. We're not being asked to take any action. I'd be happy to work with some other counselors to try and develop a process for introduction, next to try and get the answers to some of this. And I don't know whether it's a referral to the police commission, a joint commission, or a special commission. But I think we need to stop making statements and sort of gather information and then make an informed decision. So thank you.
Point of order.
Yes, Councillor Paul.
The time is now 10:36. I didn't want to interrupt anyone, but we do need a motion to suspend our rules. I was hoping to make that motion and after item 6.06, which is the last item on our deliberative agenda, just have a question either for you, President Tracy. Are we going back into executive session on to continue our discussion on CityPlace?
Yes.
Okay, so I would make the motion that we finish our deliberative agenda and then go into executive session to finish that executive session, and that is item 2.01. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Paul. We have a motion to suspend the rules to just deal with executive session after this item. Is there a second to that? Seconded by Councillor Pine. Any discussion? Hearing none, we'll go to a vote. All those in favor of Councillor Pine or Councillor Paul's motion to suspend the rules, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Councillor Jang is opposed, so we will have to go back and call the roll. Will the city clerk please call the roll on the motion to suspend the rules?
Councillor Carpenter?
Aye.
Councillor Jang?
No.
Councillor Freeman?
Yes.
Councillor Hanson?
Yes.
Councillor Hightower?
Yes.
Councillor Mason?
Yes.
Councillor Paul?
Yes.
Councillor Paulino?
Hello?
Yes. Yes.
Thank you.
Councillor Pine?
Yes.
Councillor Shannon?
Yes.
Councillor Strongberg?
Yes.
City Council President Tracy?
Yes.
11 ayes, 1 nay.
That passes and our rules are suspended, so we'll complete this item and then go back to our executive session, which we suspended, and go into that item following this. We may come out of executive session with an action in public session. Councillor Pine, did you have a point of order?
At some point, I'd like to actually propose that we do something with this item tonight. So I guess.
Okay, I'll get you in the queue. I have Councillor Mason. Are you all set?
Yes.
Okay, all right. So I had Councillor Carpenter to be followed by Councillor Paul, though Councillor Paul, I'm not sure if you wanted to speak to this item or we're just looking to make the motion. Okay, yeah. Nodding. So Councillor Pine, I'll put you after Councillor Paul. Councillor Carpenter, you have the floor.
Like Councillor Pine, I'm not sure the appropriateness of how to do this. This was a communication. It is new to me, like several others. I'd like to see it referred to somebody, the Public Safety Committee, the Police Commission, or the Joint Committee. And I don't know how to, if I make that as a motion, I don't feel like I can resolve it or we can resolve it this minute tonight. And I'd like to ask an appropriate group of people to come back to the council with a specific recommendation. We've all heard all the conversation, so I guess I'm seeking advice about, can I make a motion to refer to one of those, or is there a process to, a different process?
Yep, Councillor Carpenter, you can make a motion to refer communication to any of the bodies that you named. Any of those would be germane, and it's perfectly acceptable to do so.
I'm thinking out loud here that since
we have two bodies, the City Council Public Safety or the Joint Committee. And does anyone want to give me advice on which committee can handle that better?
Okay, well, we would need.
I'm gonna, I guess, move to send it to Public Safety, the City Council Public. I'd like to move this item for review to the Public Safety Committee.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Carpenter. Is there a second to Councillor Carpenter's motion? Seconded by Councillor Mason. Any discussion on Councillor Carpenter's motion? I have Councillor Pine and then Councillor Freeman. Go ahead, Councillor Pine.
There's no report back timeline, but I think I can trust the committee members to just, you know, try and prioritize it and bring it back with some, you know, added information, some perspective, a little bit of analysis, and possibly a recommendation on how to proceed would be helpful.
Okay, thank you for that, Councillor Pine. Councillor Freeman.
This is just on, I guess I probably did have a preference. Well, I'm not really sure about the Joint Committee versus Public Safety. I mean, I'm on both of them, so it's fine. I'm just trying to think of. It's fine. That's all. I was just musing on that, and I was potentially going to make an amendment to the motion, but I'm not going to do that.
Point of information.
Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Jang.
Yes. So, I mean, I think it seems we're talking about two different things. There is a communication in front of us, and the mayor has authorized the staff to submit certification online and request by the end of August. And now we are talking about sending this item to a committee. To me, are we talking about for next year? But for this fiscal year, let's talk about if we will accept this or not. To me, that's what we need to talk about. And then the committee piece, I completely agree. But August, end of August is a couple of days. What are we going to do with this? Are we accepting this $101,000 or no?
Thank you, Councillor Jang. Councillor Carpenter.
My intent was to accept this communication and send it to send the review of this issue to Public Safety for a recommendation back to the council about continued participation in the program.
Thank you for clarifying, Councillor Carpenter. I see Councillor Paulino to be followed by Councillor Mason. Go ahead, Councillor Paulino.
So I would move to amend it to the Joint Committee. I can give you my short little argument. You know, at a certain point, I think we start overlapping each other, and we have a Joint Committee out. It seems that all the concerns raised behind the people opposed to.
Councillor Paulino, you made a motion. So are you?
Yes, after a second, I asked for the floor back. Thank you.
Okay, so Councillor Paulino has made a motion to amend and instead refer it to the Joint Committee that includes the Police Commission as well as the Public Safety Committee of the City Council. Is there a second to Councillor Paulino's motion? Seconded by Councillor Pine. You may have the floor, Councillor Paulino.
So to speak to that, my goal is that the concerns that are raised by us receiving this money, so we can't end this program, but we can stop receiving the money. And it sounds like they're legitimate questions as to the nature of the money, what our role in our participation, what kind of cases produce these funds, so forth and so on. Are we taking homes? Are we taking large amounts of small denomination cash? I think those are all valid. And I think that what populations and that sort of thing, I think it's great for the Joint Commission to issue a recommendation what we'll do next year. And it seems like right up there with what the work we're discussing.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Paulino. We are now on the amendment. I had Councillor Mason in the queue before the amendment, but now we're on the amendment, so the queue resets. Councillor Hanson, go ahead.
Great, thanks. So just two things. One, I can certainly understand the logic behind that from Councillor Paulino. I would be interested to hear from members of the Joint Committee whether they feel appropriate or they feel it's appropriate as well. And then my other question, I saw Attorney Blackwood trying to jump in, but Councillor Jang raised the idea of, you know, the action right now in terms of the end of the month and all that. But my understanding was that this already happened. So maybe Attorney Blackwood could clarify, like, is it even a possibility to do anything for this year at this point?
Attorney Blackwood, can you please clarify?
Yeah, so this year it has already happened. So the certification is just saying this is how we spent the money this year. So that certification went in. That certification is also a condition to being able to continue participating in the program, but we had to file it anyway, regardless of whether we continued or didn't continue. So that is done. And the outstanding issue, I think, is, as Councilor Carpenter said, whether to continue participation.
Got it. And just to be clear for the public, unless I missed something, and Attorney Blackwood, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't believe that decision came through the city council, unless I missed it.
It did not.
Okay. I just want to make sure that folks are aware of that. So yeah,
it's been an ongoing program for many, many years, and that just has continued.
Right. Okay. Just wanted to clarify that. But yeah, I definitely support taking a deeper dive into this and understanding what's going on with this program, because there's clearly a huge discrepancy between what a lot of the research shows and what a lot of advocacy organizations, their description of this program, which is incredibly disturbing, as many callers have noted and other counselors, versus the description of Acting Chief Murad. So I think it's important that we are able to get the facts on this and get some hard data on where the money's coming from, how it's being used, etc. So yeah, open to either body taking it up and coming back. Curious to hear others' thoughts.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Hanson. I have Councillor Freeman to be followed by Hightower and then the mayor. So Councillor Freeman, go ahead.
Oh, I didn't mean to get in the queue. I'm sorry.
Okay, Councillor Hightower, then Mayor Weinberger.
Do it every time. So in regard to which committee it's on, I guess, and I'm sorry if at this late hour I need another point of clarification. Attorney Blackwood, is there a certain time frame that we would need? Like, how does timing play into it, and do we have any time constraints that we need to worry about going forward?
I don't know that. Chief Murad, do you know that?
I'm sorry. Can that
Whether
be
there's
restated?
if the council were to decide that we didn't want to participate in the program going forward, is there a time frame that decision has to be made?
I don't know the answer to that. It's not something we've ever wrestled with.
Okay. The only thing that I would say on the decision for the rest of the council on decision of joint committee versus public safety is, I think public safety probably just has fewer agenda items pending. And so in terms of speed, the joint committee may take a little longer and also has more members. So it would just take a little longer to discuss it, which isn't necessarily a bad thing. I just wanted to make folks aware of that likely trade-off.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Hightower. Mayor Weinberger, go ahead.
Thanks, President Tracy. If the council wants to have further review and consideration of this program, which I think is a reasonable thing, and I think is appropriate, I would strongly encourage that the referral be to the Joint Commission. We've made a commitment. I certainly have made a commitment. I know President Tracy has made a commitment to involve, as is their kind of statutory responsibility, the Police Commission, in important policy decisions. This is certainly one, and I think would be wrong not to formally include them in a review of a significant program like this, and this is a way to do that. Further, I think within the charge of this joint committee is exactly this kind of thing, kind of looking at doing a full evaluation, operational evaluation of what our police department is doing, what we, what commitments we make, what ones we want to consider changing at this time. And I think it fits well within that kind of scope for this program to be reviewed in that, in that exercise. So I would support it going to the Joint Commission with that kind of charge.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. I don't have anyone else in the queue to speak to the amendment. Anyone else on the amendment? Okay, seeing none, we'll go to a vote on the amendment to send this to the Joint Committee instead of the Public Safety Committee. Will the City Clerk please call the roll?
Counselor Carpenter,
Aye.
Counselor Jang,
Yes.
Counselor Freeman,
Yes.
Counselor Hanson,
Counselor Hanson?
Yes.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Counselor Hightower,
Yes.
Counselor Mason,
Yes.
Counselor Paul,
Yes.
Counselor Paulino,
Yes.
Counselor Pine,
Yes.
Counselor Shannon,
Yes.
Counselor Strongberg,
Yes.
City Council President Tracy,
Yes,
12 ayes.
that passes unanimously, and the matter will, we have amended it to, we amended the action, so now we have to go back to the underlying amendment, or the underlying motion, which was to send it to the Public Safety Committee. That's been since amended, so now we have to vote on the motion as amended, even though it's kind of redundant. So will all those in favor of or is there any further discussion on the amendment? Okay, I mean on the motion. Okay, seeing none, we will go to a vote on the motion as amended. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Hearing none, the matter has now been referred to the Joint Commission that includes both the Public Safety Committee of the City Council as well as the Police Commission. Thank you, Chief Murad, for joining us this evening. We will now, that concludes that item and our deliberative agenda. Per the motion to suspend the rules, we will not be doing committee reports or general city affairs, council president update, or mayoral update. We will, however, have a continuation of our executive session. Councilor, I would ask if staff from either the mayor's office or the clerk treasurer's office could please send a proper link to counselors so that we can get into, or I mean a fresh link, I'm sorry, so that we can get into an executive session or continue our executive session in order to continue to discuss the CityPlace item. We do not need additional motions on this item because we already made those motions at the beginning of our council meeting, though that was quite some time ago, and we will potentially have action coming out of that executive session. So we will keep this meeting and this Zoom live, and if we do come out of executive session and have action coming out of it, then we will come back into this meeting format. So hopefully that clarifies for folks. Counselors, please check your inboxes for an.
President Tracy, I just need to take an extra 2 minutes to get sorted out with the link. So folks don't have a link yet, but you can expect to get one within the next 2 to 5 minutes.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you for clarifying that and for your assistance with that, Chief of Staff Riddell. And with that, we will now get off of this meeting, and counselors will go into that. Again, for members of the public, we may come back and take action on just the CityPlace item coming out of that executive session, but there will be no other deliberative business this evening. Thank you very much. Thanks, folks, for waiting. Certainly appreciate that. See a couple of folks have stuck on. Two, three, four, five, six. I believe we're still waiting on Councilor Paulino. Okay, Councilor Paul. Okay. Can we please promote Jeff Glassberg to a panelist? And text Councilor Paulino. All right, I texted Councilor Paulino. Hopefully we can get him on.
People in a different Zoom.
Only person is Councilor Paulino.
Is he definitely planning to attend?
I just
Anything
texted.
come up? Did anyone call him yet? Someone else calling him?
I've texted him as well, did not get a response.
Okay, I'll try and call him.
He didn't pick up.
Yep, went straight to voicemail.
Well, that's probably because I was calling him. Try now.
Well, meanwhile, I have a whole collection of ladybugs in the corner of my room here. I have to figure out how to get rid of them. They keep dropping down on me.
Okay, it went straight to voicemail. I mean, it went to it rang, but it went to voicemail. So
That's what happened when I called. And I texted him too.
okay, let's go ahead and get this started then. Mayor Weinberger, did you want to kick us off, or did you want us to just dive right in?
I'll just say briefly, we've had a good discussion about where the project stands and the city's attempts at negotiating a route forward, as well as the city's legal options. And I welcome the council considering taking action momentarily to, I hope, clarify that the administration and the council are unified in our efforts to move forward, and unified in feeling that strong decisive action at this point is necessary. And following council action tonight, certainly the administration will be following up with further public communications tomorrow to clarify the route forward.
Thank you, Mayor Weinberger. Appreciate that. All right, councilors, is Councilor Mason, are you prepared to offer a motion?
Yes, President Tracy, thank you. First, I'd like to thank all members of the council for your active participation and guidance in executive session. At this point, I would like to make a motion to authorize the administration to immediately continue negotiations with BTC Mall Associates LLC and its members, to authorize the city attorney to engage Downs Racklin Martin PLLC in connection with enforcing the city's rights under the development agreement regarding CityPlace, to pursue all legal remedies if such negotiations are successful, and to authorize the necessary budget allocations to accomplish these ends. A copy of what I just read was is in everyone's inbox, also sent to Amy Bovee and Eileen. And do not need the floor back after a second. Thank you.
So we have a motion. Is there a second to Councilor Mason's motion? Seconded by Councilor Pine. Is there discussion on the motion? Any discussion? Councilor Hanson, go ahead.
Well, yeah, I don't want, I think it would be strange for us to vote without any discussion. I'm excited that we're going to be able to now bring this forward to the public. I think councilors are tired and know that not a lot of people are watching at midnight, but I think starting tomorrow, we can do a much fuller explanation of where things have been and the discussion we've had and how we ended up here. I really am looking forward to that, because it's been far too long that we've been able to really delve into this with the public and make people aware of what's going on. And so I think that's good. And additionally, I'm glad to see that we're taking a sort of a harder line. I think the time is long. Well, I felt, I felt this way for a while, that we should take a harder line, and I'm glad that we're now doing so. So I'll just leave it at that, but I just didn't want us to vote without saying anything at all.
Thank you, Councilor Hanson. Councilor Pine, go ahead.
Real quick, I don't think any of us wanted to be in this position as city councilors, whether you supported the project or didn't think it was the right way to go. Nobody really wanted this to reach this condition, the place we find ourselves today. But the action tonight, I think, is important for the city council, the administration, to present a united front and do what we need to do to protect the public's interest, which is really what we're looking out for here. So I feel that this is the right step to be taking at this point. Thank you.
Okay. Any further discussion from councilors? Councilor Jane, go ahead.
Yep, I think for the sake of the public interest, I don't think it is a time to explore any other routes other than to continue to try to speak and compromise. And I think the timing that we have, anything won't be happening anytime soon. Courts are booked. A lot of things cannot happen, and we have competing other priorities. And even if we have an agreement in front of us today, there won't be any work or development that will start anytime soon. I thought it would have been very prudent to wait at least in the next 6 months to explore any other avenues. But to continue to talk and is what I think is the best and prudent step that we need to take to move us forward. So I'll be voting no on that motion that was just made.
Thank you, Councillor Cheng. Any further discussion? Okay, hearing none, we will go to a vote. Will Chief of Staff Riddell, are you able to please call the roll on the motion?
Yes, I can. I don't have the proper list, so I'm just going to go down in the order that I have folks, councilors on my screen. So Councillor Jang.
No.
Oh, sorry. I just need one moment to write down the councilors' names for the record. Well, Councillor Jang.
No.
Councillor Pine.
Yes.
City Council President Tracy.
Yes.
Councillor Mason.
Yes.
Councillor Hanson.
Yes.
Councillor Shannon.
Yes.
Councillor Paul.
Yes.
Councillor Freeman.
Yes.
Councillor Carpenter.
Yes.
Councillor Hightower.
Yes.
Councillor Stromberg.
Yes.
10 yeses, 1 no, and 1 absent.
Motion carries. So we have now authorized the motion that was presented by Councillor Mason. We will have further information and statements regarding that item tomorrow. So please stay tuned for those. And we'll provide further clarification as well as opportunities for additional engagement on that in order to hear, in order to explain more of that motion. And now that we've taken care of that, a motion to adjourn is in order.
So moved.
Moved by Councillor Stromberg, seconded by Councillor Pine. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 We are adjourned. Thank you, councilors.
Thank you.